But now there's a different rock. It may even... Let's see, is it live? So, hello everyone and welcome to another Weekend at Loka's, and I am of course LokaCola. Today's my cake day, a victory sure would be nice. And joining me on my Reddit cake day is Prentice1215.
Alright, I can't wait to get mowed down by some cheaters in the Vanguard beta. Hey, Raven, when'd you say that? Anti-cheat's coming again?
Man, I still can't believe. I still find it like absolutely hysterical that when they talked about what was gonna come to Warzone and like the two big things, a new map and anti-cheat.
Yeah. Anti-cheat is now a selling point in your game. That's the state we're in with the gaming industry in 2021, folks.
Yeah.
Anti-cheat is a selling point.
Yeah. Just gonna do a quick mention at first and say, well, I'm not gonna apologize, but I'm gonna say that, you know, in case anyone wasn't aware, there was of course no stream last weekend. That was just due to me not really being up to it. Of course, if you watch my stuff, I would highly suggest following me on Twitter because I do updates like that over there. But I thought I would just mention it quickly. Anyway, we're gonna play. Already throw us into quick play. Okay. I just pressed X and I thought like, oh, this is gonna, you know, go back to the main menu and do away with this cinematic camera style thing. And
nope, the main menu never left; it just turned opaque.
Wow. So yeah, we're gonna play this beta. We played the alpha, I think 3 weeks ago or something like that.
Less than that. It was more like 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago?
I think so. Yeah, it was because, well, or maybe it was long ago. And never mind. I'm just gonna shut up.
Yeah. So we played the alpha whenever it was, and we discussed, you know, kind of bits and pieces of that game back then. And now, you know, I suppose this is the follow-up to that, since now it's the real deal that we're gonna play. It's not the 2v2 competitive Champion Hill gunfight thing. It's the, well, I was gonna say the proper 6v6, but I see now it's a 20 versus 20.
Oh shoot! Yeah, look at that.
So
wait a second, hold on. It's my team versus the enemy team.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
So I guess you haven't seen that thing that's been a huge controversy for this game.
Obviously not. So there's no allies and Axis. It's my team, enemy team.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's all the same operators on both teams, and
okay.
I definitely have thoughts about that. For sure. Now, they haven't said why they did this, but I can only assume it's because these days with COD being centered on operators that they probably didn't want to risk it and have, say, you know, hypothetically, you know, like Season 1 for Vanguard that's Captain Price 44 being the main operator, and then Season 2, you know, it's Nazi German operator. Like, I mean, mainstream media would have a field day with that. Like,
I mean, I don't. It's like what it lets you to play as the Nazis it's. I mean, no one gets out of whack when you get to play as the Imperials in Battlefront. So and they're just space Nazis.
Yeah.
So it's like why do we have to get all bent out of shape when we play as I mean, I'm pretty sure the game makes it pretty implicitly clear that the Germans are the bad guys. So it's not like it's not like the game has a conspiratorial a conspiratorial side to it where it's going, oh, they weren't actually that bad. The game's not being made by neo-Nazis, people. It's pretty clear. I mean, even COD World War II, for as meh as everyone was kind of on that game, it had a segment at the very end where you went to a concentration camp and you discovered all the dead bodies and stuff, and it was pretty. Yeah, guess what? The Germans are the bad guys. Who would have thought in World War II the Germans were the bad guys? So it's like, why can't you just say, hey, we are playing as the Allies? I mean, by doing that, you're not. I mean, it's just like Modern Warfare 2019, where it's the coalition and the allegiance, and then the specific operators are the SAS or Spetsnaz, or the Jackals or whatever. So I mean, even that way, you don't even have to say Nazis.
Yeah,
so, I mean,
it's.
And I don't know why I'm surprised by this. Maybe I just thought we were past this because basically the exact same thing happened in COD World War II, where at least in the multiplayer they removed pretty much any reference to Nazis or dogs, hi dogs, bad dogs, no bad dogs, where they removed pretty much any reference to Germans or Nazis. Or like the Iron Cross or that stuff. It was just kind of vague things that looked similar, and that was just weird. So,
and they also had no references to any dogs in that game either. I just thought it was funny that you were saying like no references to Nazis and dogs,
and then dogs. Yeah,
and
dogs.
That's actually true.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, I'm just thinking of this, like, I don't know, maybe it's the case of, like, they want to avoid potential marketing backlash because they're selling the season pass with the Nazi German operator, but, so I can understand maybe not wanting to make specific operators for that side. I don't think this is the best way of going about it.
No. Well, and here's the thing, is that they're doing this now, and it's like, oh, we don't want to be political, we don't want to potentially face backlash in the mainstream media, blah blah blah. Which it seems likely that's what's going on, what they're doing. But if the rumors about 2022's COD are to be believed, they're doing a whole thing about drug cartels and ripping off Tom Clancy with Clear and Present Danger, and that's what's going to be the sequel to Modern Warfare. And that I feel like has the potential to be even more contentious with the media or something, because it's like that's because, like, for instance, going back, I mentioned Clancy a second ago, is like when Jack Ryan Season 2 came out, I watched it well after the fact, but I looked at stuff online, and apparently wherever that took place in Colombia or wherever, apparently when that season of TV came out, the actual foreign minister of Colombia or some sort of position of
Oh no. Oh, okay, it's not just me. That's good.
Okay, yeah, no. I turned around and had a Han Solo moment, and there's all these bad guys just frozen as they're running towards me, and it's like I was worried there was like, but like someone in an actual important position of power in Colombia got all riled up and upset about, once again the American media only thinks that Colombia is only a. Oh my gosh! I just got disemboweled by a LMG. That's woo! That's nasty. But it's like once again the American media only thinks that Colombia is a place for criminals and drug cartels and stuff like that. We, it was, this whole thing. Well, here's what we actually have to offer. So it's like, I could see that, just doing a rinse repeat of that. And it's so apparently Infinity Ward can be contentious and do some stuff that might potentially, get that might get Activision in trouble or bad press with some of the content in their game. But doing a historical game set in World War II where you have pretty clear black and white. Here's the good guys. Here's the bad guys. Now that's when we want to sanitize things. Okay.
Yeah, like that's my main takeaway from this is if you're gonna represent the war in this particular way, why have it be still odd? Even if I'm looking at this as, oh, they probably don't want to be, seen as, oh, they're selling the Nazi skins for people to buy, which I guess is fair enough.
Play as a Nazi, $10.99.
Yeah.
Buy the battle pass.
And I mean, going once again back to COD World War II, I feel like that game you also have sort of evidence of that, in that I think I want to say 99.99% of all the cosmetics you earn in the supply drops are for the allies. You have next to no customization options for the Germans, which I feel that's probably the better way if we're gonna do like okay, we want to sell cosmetics, we don't want to sell German cosmetics, so we just have basic uniforms for the Germans, and then at the end they started adding like a few more, but barely anything. But I feel like that's a much better way to go about it. And I've seen the suggestion for this game is that what they maybe could do instead of having it like this is to have all of the operators, all the specific characters and such being part of the allies, and then you do have an Axis faction that maybe change depend on the map. So for instance, on this map, maybe we would fight the Japanese, presumably.
Right.
Where instead of them having operators, they could just have generic milsim skins.
Yeah.
Which, I get this probably not as fun as playing as your favorite operator, but that's, I don't know, that's either that or some sort of weird, well, I shouldn't say weird, but since apparently it's been done before in a, I think it's like an older, like, I think it may even be called something like Black Hawk Down or something. It's set in Somalia during that time, where regardless, like on your screen, you will always be rendered as being the US, and the enemy team is rendered as the Somali, but so that you're always playing as your faction in a way, which I don't know exactly how that would work, but I mean, I guess if they manage,
it's just a cosmetic thing. So
yeah.
I mean, it is in that instance, it would be the same as your team, enemy team, but cosmetically, the enemy just you're all. I mean, no, I think I see where they were going with that. That makes sense.
Yeah, and I do feel like it would probably easier for a COD game to pull that off than, say, a Battlefield game where you have vehicles and such to consider. So yeah, like there are ways to go around the issue of oh, they're selling Nazi German operators and Japanese operators, but
imagine this. Imagine this. It's season 3 of Vanguard. and and they've got that zombie mode too, right? Because Treyarch's working on the zombie mode for this game. So imagine it's season 3 of Vanguard, and they have the trailer, and at this point they're just going completely bombastic, off the rails, crazy, and then it's like how does that guy sound? It's and when you buy the season 3 battle pass, you get to play as gold chain rapper Adolf Hitler. I mean, imagine that, and it's Hitler with like a gold chain swastika.
Oh
and he's got gold teeth, and he's got sunglasses on, and he's got like brass knuckles on, and that's an operator skin you can use while running around in the multiplayer. I see their conundrum because they cannot do that. There is no way they could get away with doing that. But they can't do that. So I understand their conundrum, but there's got to be a better way of going about it than your team, enemy team, and just everyone plays whoever they want.
And speaking of Hitler, this is apparently a mansion of his. This map.
Okay. That makes sense because it says Eagle's Nest. That's the name of the map. Is Eagle's Nest. So yeah, that makes sense.
And we've also been, with this teams and cosmetics, we've been primarily looking at this from, a historical perspective. There is also another important factor to consider that in some ways might be, I shouldn't say more important, because, if you're doing a historically themed game, you don't necessarily have to be 100% historically correct, because you'll never be able to pull that off. But, there has to be a degree of authenticity at the very least. But there's also a gameplay factor to consider into this. How do I know that the person in front of me is an enemy or a friendly? If we're all running around as the same characters, because
with the same guns.
Because I've definitely seen clips where people have essentially managed to infiltrate the enemy team, and they have no clue that someone is shooting at them from behind. And granted, I suppose one could say, oh, but that's an extreme example. Like most cases, you're gonna, you like if you're seeing someone, like you're meeting someone, you're gonna see either it's a blue name or it's nothing. But and that's the ideal situation, so it wouldn't matter. But that's not gonna happen all the time. There are gonna be those really weird situations where you mistake someone for being as your friend, as being your teammate, and then they shoot you in the back, or you turn around, see someone, start pulling the trigger, and like, oh, it was just a friendly. I wasted all of my shots.
Yeah, I suppose part of their thinking on that is that, well, no one gets confused in Warzone. Because Warzone is a big free-for-all of skins where there's not really any factions. However, Warzone, you are aware that it's you, your squad, and everyone else. So, and that's partially, I think, why they had the little opening cutscenes. Like, all right, here's what your squad looks like. Here's the skins that your squad is using. So that way, you kind of know if you see anyone else, bad guy, or then you look close at their names, and if you don't see a name, then it's a bad guy, even if they're using the same skin. So I mean, so the little bit of a difference there between regular multiplayer and Warzone, because Warzone is just one big free for all. So,
with that being said, I can actually turn Warzone around to make it, closer to what we're talking about, because occasionally you do have LTMs where you actually have teams. Like right now they have a big 50 versus 50 team deathmatch mode, and
do they?
Yeah, and what they've done to solve that aspect is that all of your teammates that aren't part of your squad has this really obvious blue glare above them, or not above them, but around them. So, you know, the first thing you see is essentially blue. So it's pretty obvious that they are friendlies.
Mm-hmm.
So I suppose that's another way they could maybe do with this game, but you know, then you still have the historical factor to consider. And also,
So...
I don't know how I feel about having, you know, having to identify looking normal or blue.
Yeah. So here's the thing, though. Not to pivot and complain about another game.
Oh,
but,
I knew it. I knew it.
Yeah, but in this game, having some sort of odd aura around your friendlies or your enemies, I think makes a little bit of sense, because you know what? This is kind of an arcadey shooter compared to some other games. So you know, putting a blue or red aura around your teammates / enemies, that kind of makes sense. I'm kind of okay with that. A game I'm not okay with them doing that in is Rainbow Six Siege, in which now everyone is highlighted, so you can't hide in dark corners anymore. In Call of Duty / Warzone, hiding in dark corners is, yes, a problem, and so you kind of need to make skins brighter or put an aura around everyone. In Siege, that's part of the tactics of the game, because that's really relying more on strategy than twitchy reflexes. So, Ubisoft, what are you doing? I've been asking that for over a year now, but what are you doing? Just idiotic move after idiotic move after idiotic move. I just can't with them anymore. I saw that, I'm like, really? Are you kidding me? It's like, oh, we feel it's unfair when people get shot from the dark or whatever. And it's like, well, yeah, that's sort of kind of the point, because of what kind of game this is. It's not always supposed to be fair. So
yeah,
that's just so frustrating to me.
The only thing about with Siege is that I can sort of see that, you know, if there's like a certain skin that you may have to pay for, you know, kind of like
that is the one.
Warzone,
but the defaults.
Yeah, like
but the default skins, I don't think they like like playing as Vigil, for instance. His default skin is pretty black, so he can slink into corners and hide.
Yeah.
But I think that's just all right. You just need to be ready for that as the attacking operator. You just need to be prepared for that. But if you know, if they make an all black skin for Cav, and they have that on, it's like, okay, maybe put it. That's like the one thing, because of the pay to win aspect. But on the defaults, I don't think so. No.
Yeah, it's yeah. I guess it won't be a surprise that I haven't even installed the latest season for Siege.
I have it installed, but I only turned it on just to get my my not to brag, but the only reason I turned it on was so I could redeem my platinum gun chain thing from the previous season, because yes, I am still good enough at that game to where I have been consistently getting platinum rank. So that's it. So I redeemed that, and I haven't powered it back on since, and that's when I saw that thing in the patch notes on the main menu. So.
Ooh, that reminds me, I also have a charm to pick up from rank, not platinum though, because I'm not as good as you.
Well, see, and that's one of the things about Siege that I like, at least in its basic core concept, that I feel like the dev team doesn't understand, is that it's not all about kills.
Yeah.
Yeah, kills are important, and they get you a lot of points. But sometimes on the leaderboard, I've been higher up on the leaderboard with only like 2 kills across the entire game than someone else with 6 or 7, because I'm doing a lot to defend the objective and help out the team. And keep things locked down, so that way that wins us rounds, which then gets me more points. That can be more important in Siege than straight up kills. But this dev team is just like, it's kills. It's all about the kills. So they really go hard with rewarding you for kills, and they think that's all. They think it's Call of Duty where that's all that matters, and so that's why they are doing these things like, well, if it's all about kills, then yeah, the gunfights do need to be more fair. So we need to put an aura around people and all that stupid stuff. When it's like, well, but I mean, it's not always about kills. Sometimes slinking around and making sure that the enemy is pinned down, not even dead, just pinned down to run down the timer. Sometimes that's more important than getting the kills. So I mean, they're treating it like a more traditional shooter like COD, and that's never been what the game has been. So it's just annoying.
Daxter's question in chat is confusing me a little. Wait, this isn't 2042, is it? I mean, clearly it's not, but now I actually got reminded that that game also has operators that will be available for either side. So I'm curious how that's gonna work. If there's gonna be any similar issues in terms of visibility, but I don't know.
I will say though, I have more faith in DICE as a studio. So I feel like if it is a problem in the beta, then they'll go, this did not work the way we expected it to in our playtesting, and they will change it for the core release. Just look at what they did with Battlefront 2. They had an entire progression system tied to the cards, but people were so upset with it, and it wasn't their really idea. EA mandated it. But everyone got so upset about it that EA said, okay, you can pull this, and DICE pulled it. And so at launch, their progression system for Battlefront 2 was broken because of that. So they will straight up remove something if the community doesn't like it or it doesn't work the way they imagined it would. So that I feel a little better about, because it's like, well, if it doesn't work out, then they'll change it, they'll remove it, they'll fix it. With Sledgehammer, I don't know. I feel like that they're more the type to say, it's like, well, this is the way we design things, so we are going to have it this is going to operate the way we want it to operate because we're stubborn like that, because we're owned by Activision, so we can do what we want.
Funny you say that, because there's of all the COD studios, I feel like I don't know, I probably shouldn't say people in general, but they actually did a pretty major rework in World War II because people weren't liking that. Granted, it was after the two heads of the studio had left, so there might have been something to do with that as well.
Well, I'll also say that I'm not as familiar with Sledgehammer as a studio as I am, say, Infinity Ward or Treyarch. So
yeah, and understandable.
Yeah. So some of my perception of them can be skewed, to say the least, because I mean they are. I mean, people argue about Infinity Ward and Treyarch being the A and B team, but I mean, is anyone really arguing about the? I mean, Sledgehammer's the C team, right? No one really argues that, right?
Yeah, if only because I feel like they haven't had a real good chance to really. I don't know. I don't feel like they've really had an opportunity to shine, and kind of put their own print on what a COD game is, with the exception of Advanced Warfare. Of course, people ended up going, against the advanced movement system, so it's a little bit of a shame that the one thing they tried to innovate ended up being a hated aspect of the COD games for a while.
And that's another thing that I'm questioning because of the timeline of things and when things went in development. Was that really something they wanted to do, or was that something that Activision told them to do to prototype for Treyarch for Black Ops 3? Because Treyarch had that idea, but they weren't sure how to make it work, so they told Sledgehammer to figure it out first, and then Treyarch could then tweak it from there. because that's kind of how I remember things going down, at least in terms of public perception of that. Advanced Warfare tried it, and then Treyarch like perfected the movement system with Black Ops 3. Because again, I actually like the movement system of Black Ops 3. So I don't know. so I mean, Sledgehammer just always seems to kind of get the raw end of the deal a little bit.
That's definitely true. Like I don't know. Looking at it from the perspective of just a consumer, like when Advanced Warfare was announced, I was under the impression it was a response to a major criticism that had been thrown at COD since, I don't know, Modern Warfare 2 or Black Ops 1.
Right, yeah. It's always the same, it doesn't change.
Yeah, exactly. So that I feel like that was, okay, you know, how do we make COD fresh? You know, and
you want something new? Here's something new. Ah, we hate this. No one likes this. What you doing? Go back to boots on the ground.
Dexter says this game looks so close to Modern Warfare 20. I can see that. I mean, it definitely looks like Modern Warfare 2019 with a World War II skin. Although I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing per se.
No, because Modern Warfare 2019 is still a very pretty game.
Yeah.
And it's like, I mean, for Pete's sake, this engine is so good. I mean, no, just the level of detail in the animate. This oh my gosh, that person that looked just like me. Ah, my leg got blown off. But I mean, just the detail in the animations and stuff is so good, and looks, it's just the detail, the level of detail. It's like this game looking like Modern Warfare 2019. Except with a World War II skin, I don't have a problem with whatsoever. But so far, there are things. I'm going to say my overall thoughts for the wrap up when we're done with this, obviously. But I'm kind of starting to, I'm starting to really kind of have some kind of. I'm really starting to develop some thoughts that I began to have when we played the alpha, and I'm starting to kind of go, okay. I think I'm starting to form a fully fledged opinion on this. So it'll be interesting to see what I think when we're done, because I think I'm starting to have some thoughts. So about especially about Sledgehammer. So I mean, going back to that whole Sledgehammer gets the raw end of the deal. Maybe how it should have worked, how things should have gone, is that Sledgehammer was the future studio. They do the advanced. They're the ones that work on advanced movement. They set things in the future. They're the ones that are like radically. They're the ones that are radical. That grenade bounce back. Oh dear. They're the ones that make the games are like radically different. We're really going to try some stuff out here. Whether or not it works will remain to be seen, but we're at least trying stuff. Oh, I got killed by Anakin.
Wow.
I was taken out by the Chosen One.
Oh no!
But it's funny. Before Anakin killed me, I killed someone named Dumbest. So.
Ah, my eyes! The graphics are glitching out.
Oh no!
It's like a rave party. Ah! I'm gonna go the other way. No.
Someone queued Rude Sandstorm quick.
Oh no! It's following me.
Anyway, so maybe Sledgehammer should have been the experimental studio that their COD games, they try stuff. Where then Treyarch, they could stick to historical stuff with Black Ops. They do Cold War. Maybe they were the ones that could dip back into World War II and do World at War II or something like that. And not to be confused with World War II. and then Infinity Ward could then and of course I'm saying at this point I'm saying, oh well, here's what they should have done back in in 2014. This was a decision that should have been made in 2014. I do think though that if this was a decision that was made in 2014, would things have necessarily played out the way that they did? And it's like I like Modern Warfare 2019 so much that maybe because it's like, well then at that point what does Infinity Ward decide to do? Because at the Infinity Ward at that time, I think the decision they make is that they do Ghost 2. And I don't think I wanted them to make Ghost 2.
Yeah, no.
So I'm kind of fine with the way things turned out, because one of the reasons that people ended up hating the movement system so much is that we got 3 games in a row that were advanced movement. We got Advanced Warfare, Black Ops 3, and then Infinite Warfare, and that just got really old really fast. That's part of the reason why the Infinite Warfare trailer quickly became the most it was one of the many reasons it became the most downvoted video in YouTube history. The other reason, of course, was because they used a really bad cover of a David Bowie song like 3 months after the dude had died. So that rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. But the marketing team probably had that lined up for ages. So that wasn't. Oh, hey, there's a sniper up in that window. Okay, that's cool. I like that. What? Excuse me? How did I get that kill? What? It disappeared from the kill feed so fast. It just said all of a sudden, did I wallbang someone up in that sniper perch and I didn't even realize it? Ha! Okay, that's kind of cool. I like that. The fact that you can shoot through tunnels in this game, I do kind of like that.
Yeah, that is kind of neat. I do think that there would have been completely different reaction to the advanced movement system if, say, after Advanced Warfare and Black Ops 3, instead of Infinite Warfare, we actually got Ghosts 2. I think, people would probably have been more happier about the Ghost sequel than they would have thought back in 2013. And then maybe after that you had Advanced Warfare 2, for instance. And then, I don't know what Treyarch would have done. If they would have done another Black Ops 3 style game. And then Infinity Ward made Ghosts 3. Okay, actually maybe we would have gone to the same logical conclusion, it just would have taken longer, now that I think about it.
Yeah, and that's the thing, I don't think I wanted it to take longer.
Yeah. Let's see, I don't have a problem with the graphics, it feels like it can't have an original idea, says Daxter. I mean, that's fair.
It's also a World War II game, so...
Yeah, like, that coupled with the whole development for this game, I don't feel like there really was much room to do much. Couple that also with, if considering how successful Modern Warfare 2019 and more importantly Warzone was, even though Black Ops Cold War is definitely, fairly, I won't say fairly different, being more of a Treyarch style game, you still have the same, we have different operators that we can sell cosmetics for, and we have the same basic custom class thing, except we can make our own touch of it, but it has to be around the same type because it's gonna be what Warzone is using. So I feel like there's a whole lot of factors that are into play and are
also, again, sorry to interrupt real quick, just to continue on to your point there. This is also Sledgehammer's first game since Call of Duty World War II, and it's another World War II game. So in some ways, I think this is also kind of a we're sorry for COD World War II. We understand that it wasn't very well received, so with this game, we are going with the new engine. We're going to try and improve on some of the things that we messed up the last time. So I feel like that also has something to do with it as well.
Yeah, and the other side of that could be something like, being with with how the original version of Cold War was gonna be, and Sledgehammer getting the boot. Like, okay, now we're gonna put you on the next game for 2021. We know you aren't given much time, so just work with whatever you have. And they go, okay, the last the latest thing we have are assets for a World War II game. I guess we'll have to import them into the Modern Warfare engine. There isn't anything else we can do. And I got killed by Obi-Wan Kenobi, since it's either that or making another Advanced Warfare or making something completely new. and neither of them I feel like would have had any appeal by Activision or Sucktivision, as Daxter is calling them in chat.
What do you call them?
Sucktivision.
Say that one more time. It's not really coming through.
Sucktivision.
Okay. Yeah. See, the first time you were laughing when you said that, and I wasn't quite sure what you said. Then you cut out the second time you said it. I heard division. I'm like, okay, you cut out there. So I got it the last time. So yeah, that's funny.
Yeah,
that's funny.
And since I read it, I'm gonna read the rest of his comment because it leads also to another aspect that I thought about. It doesn't look much different from Modern Warfare in terms of gameplay. Heck, oh no, it went up. Heck, it even looks like Sucktivision trying to milk a single game as dry as and then it doesn't appear anymore. And that's another like what on the point of milk a single game as dry. It's
Call of Duty.
Yeah, that, and also going back to, now with Warzone being a thing, I feel they're, again, more incentivized to making a game that does play, very, if not exactly, at least as similar as possible to Warzone to kind of mirror that experience, because that is kind of a problem with Cold War.
That way it feels connected. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Cold War and Warzone definitely feel. I mean, for Pete's sake, a couple months ago, there was all these. I saw all these, and this is one of the dumb things about game journalism. Nowadays, game journalism is basically just like, hey, here's a link to a Reddit post that people are pointing out, and there's not really any quote-unquote investigative journalism being done or anything stupid like that. It's like I almost want to just like I almost want to apply for a place like GameSpot or IGN or Kotaku. It's like I could probably just based on I didn't really go to school for journalism. I took some journalism classes, but I was more on in a media focus. But I feel like with just the few journalism classes I took, I would be like one of the best writers at those sites right now. The way things are going. Anyway, that was a side tangent, but. Oh, yeah, I'm just going to chuck a grenade down there. But a couple months ago, all these people, there's these headlines pointing to all these Reddit threads where people were going, look at how much worse these skins look in Cold War compared to Warzone. And it's supposed to be the exact same skin, but the change in the engine of the Modern Warfare / Warzone engine being so much better than the old-fashioned Cold War Treyarch engine, it really made a difference in those skins. Because I don't know the names of all these skins, but I know what they look like for sure. And the big example was some lady in a bright pink, very 80s jacket. I'm about to fall from that.
That sounds familiar.
And it's like for instance, her hair was just a motley. It was like PS2 graphics hair. in the Treyarch Black Ops engine, but then on Modern Warfare, it was like Uncharted hair where it had individual strands.
Wow.
And it's like there's clumps of it here and there, but that actually looked more like actual hair. She was dirty, she's dirty, and she's been running around a battlefield, so of course her hair is going to stick. Oh, that was an auto pistol. Okay, got it. And stuff like that. So I mean, there's all those comparisons. So Vanguard here, being built in the same engine and being able to have a little bit more direct parity between Warzone and stuff, I feel like is definitely a thing that they wanted. So that way, so the skins are easier to import. The gameplay is similar, so that way you can jump between. I mean, I feel like another thing is that. Get ready for another game that's going to have 200 gigs, because I feel like Warzone's probably also going to be straight up installed when you put in Vanguard as well, if it's not already, thanks to Modern Warfare. Because I don't have Cold War, but Loka, you do. So it's like, have you tried going straight from Cold War to Warzone?
Yeah, it actually literally you actually have to change application.
That's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought. With Vanguard, I doubt if you'll have to do that since it's all running on the same engine. Because I remember prior to launch, we were wondering, how is this going to work? Because they're operating on different engines. Is it just going to be a massive install because it has two different engines built into the game, or are you going to have to close out the application and it's going to open up a new one? And I guess that's how it works. Is that you have to open up Modern Warfare application instead of. So I mean,
Yep.
So yeah, the gameplay being set, and I know that we disagree with Dexter a little bit on this, but. Oh my gosh, we both got blown up there.
Yeah.
but I mean, for Pete's sake, the Modern Warfare 2019 was such a step forward for COD in terms of gameplay and graphics and presentation, and the fact that they were actually taking things a little bit more serious for the first time in a long while, and they were actually trying things. It's like, so I mean. So Vanguard mirroring some of that, I don't think is a problem whatsoever, and I think is less of a lazy copycat and more of a, let's give people more of what they want, because Warzone has continued in the last couple months, but it's still super popular. People love Warzone, and I feel like the people kind of still love Warzone. Even they love Warzone despite what Cold War has done to it. Because I wouldn't call Cold War popular. I mean, it's a Call of Duty game, so obviously the traffic for it is high. But the fact that you can still easily find Modern Warfare lobbies to play regular multiplayer in, I know that COD games usually still have, but I mean. Modern Warfare, I mean, I haven't seen exact numbers, but I feel like the Modern Warfare servers are just as populated as the Cold War servers.
Enemy.
Yeah, see it, going back to what we were talking about 15 minutes ago about not being able to tell who's who.
Yeah,
I definitely think it's more a case of give people more of what they want as opposed to let's be lazy here.
Yeah, I would say that either, depending on how you look at it, either Warzone has, I don't know, it feels hyperbolic to say save, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Like, either Warzone has saved COD by making each game more
connected.
Yeah, connected and more. Oh, what's the word? Like, it's more
interwoven.
Yeah, like it feels like you're buying a game of the same franchise, or Warzone has ruined COD by removing whatever more unique aspects from each, different developer games. So I think it's kind of like those two sides of play.
I know that's not necessarily your thing. You're stating a position you've seen online, but I don't agree with that second one, because for instance, Treyarch, when they made Cold War, they made a Treyarch game. That's pretty obvious.
Yeah.
And Sledgehammer has never had an identity of their own. Because again, even when they made Advanced Warfare, you can say, well, that was just them prototyping for Treyarch. And then they made World War II, and that was just another World War II game that didn't really have much of an identity. And even if you look at look at map design and try to look at what is Sledgehammer's identity, it was just more 3-lane nonsense that Treyarch is known for. And what did they had zombies. They had zombies. I think that even though the gameplay recently has been becoming a little bit more homogenized and is looking a little bit more similar, I think that the differences between the studios now is actually more varied than it was 4 years ago. Because there was a period of time where every COD game that was coming out had campaign, zombies, multiplayer, and multiplayer was all 3-lane maps, and again, they were all advanced movement. Because Advanced Warfare came out, it had exo zombies. Ooh. Then Black Ops 3 came out, and you had the multiplayer in the awful campaign, and guess what? It had zombies again because Treyarch's known for their zombies. Then Infinite Warfare came out, and they made a pretty big deal out of the fact that for the first time ever, Infinity Ward was doing zombies. That, I think, people would argue Ghosts. I actually think that Infinite Warfare is Infinity Ward at their lowest because they just made because Infinity Ward made a Treyarch Call of Duty with zombies and three lane only maps and a really mediocre bad campaign. So that I think is actually the series at its lowest. And now, even though again gameplay maybe is seeming, the gameplay here in Vanguard is looking pretty similar to Modern Warfare, except with a World War II skin. I feel like that you can at least start to see a little bit of this is what makes this a Sledgehammer game as opposed to an Infinity Ward game. And then Cold War is, well, you can't say that that's like Modern Warfare 2019 or Vanguard because that's pretty that's still pretty much a Treyarch game, and you can't really argue against that. So I don't know. I don't really agree. I don't really agree with that statement that people might say online, because the gameplay might be a little bit more similar in Vanguard compared to Modern Warfare. I mean, you can't say that these three studios are the same at this point, I don't think, so. That is the end of my tangent.
Yeah. I didn't want to interrupt you.
Of course.
By doing because Daxter is asking if he can join us in voice chat, which I feel fine with.
I did see that. That's fine. I'm ready. I'm ready to punch him in the face with facts.
We're gonna destroy him with facts and logic. I didn't want to interrupt because if I started doing that, then I knew that whatever you said wouldn't be saved on the broadcast, because that's apparently how this share system works. So, okay, so I'm gonna invite him.
So yeah, you can bring him in.
So whatever you say won't be on stream apparently for the next few seconds. Is this one you're
So I dare
you disagree with me?
So I didn't know if we need to move over there. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! One of the people in our lobby!
Oh no!
And Frank! And Frank!
Oh
no! Oh no!
Oh no!
Okay, yeah. Oh my gosh! Forget Dexter. I don't know if you're here for this, but I was talking about I was kind of making fun of what skins they could sell in the battle pass, and I said MC Hitler, with Hitler with like
Dribbler.
a gold chain swastika around his neck and gold teeth, and it's like trying to it's like here's like the worst possible skin that you could come up with to sell, and it's like there's no way they could sell something like that.
He's called Adolf Dribbler. Get it right.
okay, Adolf Dribbler. That's, oh my gosh. But now I just see them selling an Anne Frank skin, and that's worse. That's somehow worse.
Yeah, that's a lot worse. That's
she doesn't. She's unique to the Call of Duty universe because she cannot carry a gun. She just has a diary that she writes in, and
it's the Death Note.
She writes down the war
the
crimes
Death
of
Note.
other players.
She writes, yes. So,
Report them
boy.
to the Geneva Convention. Oh no.
So it's an entire game mode. She tries to report your war crimes to the Geneva Convention, and you have to try to kill her before she does, because if she's dead, she can't report it. Oh gosh.
Oh wow.
This the heck for that joke.
I had no clue we could get more cursed than Adolf
no, that's awful.
Wow. Thanks.
What, it didn't get more
thanks,
cursed than what?
Activision
Clone
names.
waifus?
Oh gosh, you know there's gonna be anime skins. You know there's gonna be anime skins.
That's okay. That's worse. That is worse than anything I could, because they're better. They're better not. But well, oh, hold on. No. There will be anime skins, and they'll be locked to the Japanese faction.
Is there even a Japanese faction?
Not right now, but I think there will be post launch, because the war is because the whole thing in the trailer is that it's the war on all fronts, which is something they didn't do with World War II to tick people off. So they're doing the Pacific. They are doing the Pacific theater. So that means that there probably will be multiplayer maps based in the Pacific. So they probably will allow you to play as Japanese soldiers. In which case, those will be the anime skins. I guarantee you.
Man, I can't. I mean, anime did anime even exist in the 1940s?
No, it didn't.
Yeah,
it wasn't until the American
so.
occupation, because we still had our comics back then. We brought that over, and then it inspired someone to make Astro Boy.
Oh.
And that was kind of like the first.
That was really the first one. So a lot of those, even if they're from the 50s and 60s, they're still probably in black and white.
Mm.
Which is why one of the first big ones was Speed Racer to come over. It was pretty based just entirely on like cultural. I won't say icons. Like it was very like country neutral. It didn't feel like one country. It didn't feel like Japan. You could definitely make the case. Oh, that was America or something. So it was easy to port it over essentially. All you had to do was
the original sub versus dub.
Yeah. Oh, it's so bad. Plus, Speed Racer's probably a sociopath.
Yeah, I learned a little bit about anime and Speed Racer and stuff like that when I took a history of animation course in college. So there's a lot of interesting nitty gritty stuff about how a lot of that stuff
and
started.
It's violent too, man.
Oh yeah, it's like Astro Boy and Speed Racer and that ended up. And it's like, and now we get to the introduction of the Gundams, and it's like, and here's how that led to. Here's how that kind of led to stuff like Transformers, and now we've got Dragon Ball Z, and stuff like that. So I mean, yeah, it's very interesting. But so I mean, yeah, no, Loka, you're right. They probably will put anime skins in this game, and they'll probably be locked to the Japanese faction. I'm not looking forward to that. Well, no, it doesn't matter because I'm not gonna play the multiplayer in this game even when I do buy it eventually for the campaign. So I don't have to worry. Well, or I won't buy this game at all, and in 4 years it'll be free on PS Plus. So,
well,
probably that one, yeah.
Well, too bad that you, assuming you still play Warzone, you're still gonna have to endure that.
You know what? That's fair. That is fair.
Dude, no one is safe.
No one is safe from the weeaboo.
Actually, that makes me. We have all these anime skins in COD now, but we haven't gotten any anime skins for Ace Combat 7 yet. This is weird.
Really? Not even the Misaki plane?
No.
What?
None of the
when Namco is playing it safer than COD, that really says something.
What the heck is the thing that they almost always do collaborations with and do make anime themed skins? It's
but the company that makes Ace Combat, aren't they actually Japanese?
Yeah, they're Namco.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So maybe they don't do it because they're afraid that it'll look like they're pandering to their home audience. Where
it's not pandering to their own audience; it's pandering to me.
Where Activision instead is an American company, so them doing anime stuff, them quote unquote embracing other cultures.
It's not embracing other cultures.
That's
just giving me my waifu.
I mean, but yeah, that's the thing.
That's what
Activision would call. That's what Activision would call embracing other cultures. Because Activision's idea of embracing other cultures is either you get to shoot them in Call of Duty or you get to play as them in Call of Duty, because they don't make any other games except for Call of Duty anymore.
Oh, speaking of Call of Duty, I just learned about Crash to Insanity and its developments, and just kind of what happened with the Crash franchise. as a whole afterwards, yeah, it's looking more and more like Activision does not care about the Crash license, and won't even be giving it out.
They never have, I would argue.
The fact that they let Toys for Bob even take a shot at it.
Oh, the assassination!
Nice.
Oh,
I
actually managed to do that.
I kept him busy while you took him out. Now I feel good about that, even though I missed all the shots.
Oh, there was a ripple mutt. Yeah, sorry, I might be a little distracted. Outside of normally being distracted, I'm learning how to speedrun Rift Apart because I have a PS5 and you don't. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, just rub more salt in that wound.
Yeah.
It's seasoning salt.
So, speaking of PS5s and you having one and we don't, so we haven't done one of these streams since the PS5 showcase, like two weeks ago.
That's right. Okay, I blame you. I actually watched that thing.
Well, I mean, so I feel like I was not greatly. I was only slightly let down, but just mostly because the middle was just kind of a bunch of filler. I would have rather that had been 20 minutes and had like nothing but big announcements, and I would have been much happier with it. Instead, sat there for half of it in the middle. It's like, okay, there's nothing here that I'm excited.
Whenever they started talking about, like as soon as they stopped the trailers and went back to, I don't know who it was. It was right after, was it Spider-Man 2 or Wolverine?
Well, that was like the end of it. They didn't have too much after that, so.
Because all I know is we're not getting a Ratchet game anytime soon.
No, yeah, and I'm very conflicted about that because it's like, all right, because Insomniac is, I think Loka, you retweeted this or something, but I put out on Twitter that Insomniac is Sony's best studio right now. Changed my mind. It's their most important. Because it's like I don't feel like, because the answer prior to now would have been like Naughty Dog, but after the way The Last of Us Part 2 turned out and how divisive that was, and it's like, yeah, Sucker Punch did good with Ghost of Tsushima from what I hear. I haven't played it,
but it takes them forever to get out a new game.
Yeah, but it took them so long to get out the game, get that game out, and all this stuff, and then and so but Insomniac has just been killing it recently, and it's in the fact that they only bought them for a couple $2 million. It's like, oh gosh, what a steal that was. That was a steal of a century.
I'm pretty sure they made their money back on Spider-Man.
Oh yeah, no doubt they made their, well, maybe not on Spider-Man because they had to split some of that with Marvel. They didn't get to get all
Disney?
the profits. Well, yes, Marvel, which is a subsidiary of Disney. But I mean, come on.
It's like saying Blizzard, which is a subdivision of Activision, or Call of Duty, which is a subdivision of Activision.
Insomniac's killing it, so I am excited that it's like, okay, cool, they're doing 2 more Marvel games. I'm really excited for that. But also, it's like, but no
Ratchet
for another while, which is
no update for Rift Apart either, like a multiplayer mode, which would have been really nice.
No, there's. I'm sorry, but there's. I don't think Ratchet and Clank games are ever going to get multiplayer ever again. That's going to be looked at as a fad that they tried years ago, and it's the only way Ratchet ever gets another multiplayer mode is if they do a PS4/PS5 re-release of all the PS3 games, and All for One is included with that. In which case, it would of course.
And Full Frontal Assault, you really hate yourself.
Well, yeah, I always forget about the multiplayer aspect of Full Frontal Assault, but yeah, that is the only way. That is the only way. That would have they would get multiplayer back. But I think it's likely that we do get a PS3 collection the Ratchet games that come forward at some point after the success of Rift Apart, and how important those games are to the
story.
To the story. Because I would argue the future trilogy at this point, or the quadrilogy, really, excuse me. I would argue those games at this point are more important than the actual original trilogy of games, because all the lore that it introduces and all the stuff that it has to keep up with that Rift Apart seemed to do a pretty good job with. So I think we are going to get those games brought forward eventually. But I'm really doubtful about All for One and Full Frontal Assault. I think those are kind of dead in the water, and they're going to be stuck on PS3, which is unfortunate because I'd like to see them brought forward.
All for One at the very least.
Especially just to be able to have the novelty of us.
Yeah.
So that'd be such a fun game night.
I call Dr. Nefarious. No takebacks. I think.
And the thing is, too, especially considering how short Quest for Booty and Into the Nexus are, it would be a collection of 4 games. But in reality, the dev work that probably need to be put in to bring those forward, it'd be more like bringing forward 3 games. Well, and probably even more like 2.5 games, because Quest for Booty is it's essentially 2-hour DLC.
Yeah, for
Tools of Destruction.
Yeah.
Because it's it's
Pirates.
It's all these reused character models and the engine. They tweaked stuff and did some different stuff for Crack in Time, so that's pretty. Yeah. So that was all pretty different. But
the thing with Quest for Booty is I love Rusty Pete and Captain Slag, and no, you cannot say otherwise. They are amazing.
I love those characters too. So yeah, that is the thing. So yeah, it would actually probably even be easier than that, because Quest for Booty is so intrinsically tied to Tools of Destruction in terms of the way it's built in the back end. So yeah, it probably wouldn't be there wouldn't probably even be that difficult because they're so similar in their construction. So it would really just be Tools to Crack in Time that would be the bigger task of bringing those forward. Yeah. So I think we'll probably see those eventually, and I think that's probably going to be like we said, no Ratchet and Clanks for the foreseeable future, thanks to Spider-Man and Wolverine. But I think that may be kind of the compromise, as we get a PS3 collection of those games brought forward.
I honestly wouldn't mind farming out to Blue Point.
Well, and that's the question is what is Blue Point working on? Are they, because signs right now are pointing towards Metal Gear, that they've been working on Metal Gear for ages.
Whenever or if they get done soon, I would.
That's what I would like, because with the work they did on Uncharted Nathan Drake Collection. With Uncharted they definitely have knowledge of how to work with the cell processor from the PS3 and how to bring that forward onto different hardware, and
how to do it well.
And how to do it well. They even know how to take out the stupid 6-axis controls, because remember in Uncharted 1 for the PS3, the way you threw grenades, you used the 6-axis controller
to change your arc. That was it.
Yeah, and they thankfully removed that for the PS4 Nathan Drake Collection version of it, which was greatly appreciated.
Speaking of Nathan Drake Collection,
they have a lot of experience there, and then also they no.
I think I know what you're gonna go into.
There was a grenade at my feet, and I could not find my way out of the small 2x2 room I was in. Somehow, it's like there's a door right there, and I could not find my way out of the doorway. So they have experience there, and then with the care that they put into Demon Souls and The Last Guardian, why not give them four very influential Ratchet games in terms of story and stuff to bring it forward to that.
Even more if they let them do the PS2 games. Heck, Size Matters and Secret Agent Clank haven't gotten a re-release ever.
Well, yeah,
even if those are side games, those are just so interesting in the grand scheme of the franchise.
I don't think that we'll see Size Matters, and the only way we are going to see Size Matters and Secret Agent Clank get any sort of love outside of a vague reference in like dialogue in a future game is going to be something along the lines of if they come out with a Vita 2 and they have remasters of like PSP classics. So, exactly, yeah, exactly, yeah.
Pigs are more likely to fly.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm not. Yeah, so it's definitely not something that is very likely. I mean, I say never, but right now, definitely that's not happening. But the PS2 games, I mean, I feel like if they were to do that, then it would be a port of a port, because they'd probably just take the collection from PS3 and port that forward. And I'm not 100% certain if they would do that. Especially because I've in the last couple of months I've done a lot of research. Well, I say I've done a lot of research. I've watched a lot of videos from people that have done a lot of research. I'll say that. But I mean, hey, that's how the internet works. You hear something from someone and suddenly you've done the research. So, but the source code for that collection doesn't really exist anymore. And that was part of the problem. That was the deadlocked remaster. That was part of the reason why there was a problem with the deadlocked remaster. Also, there's 12 people worked on the deadlocked remaster. That was part of the reason. 12, a grand total of 12, and that's part of the reason why it came out the way it did and when it did, is because they had no budget. There was 12 of them, and they were told to put it. Well, we're not done. We'll put it out anyway. And they went, okay. So that's part of the reason Deadlock turned out the way it did. Honestly, with knowing all of that, it's like, well, no, that actually turned out pretty well, all things considered.
Yeah, it could have been a whole lot worse.
It could have been
weird
unplayable.
Cutscenes and two-player only multiplayer.
Yeah, it could have been completely unplayable. So yeah, there's a lot of weird make them hard to port forward, and the fact that they managed to do it at all is a miracle unto itself, because the Insomniac those original games running on PS2 the way they did, in order for Insomniac to get them running the way that they did a lot of like tweaks in the back end in terms of memory and loading. That you had the loading, the famous Ratchet and Clank loading screen of the ship flying through space that just appears to be a cutscene, but because apparently way back in the day that was one of the big things of PS2, and that was a mandate from Sony, is that there had to be no obvious loading screens. Is that because that was part of the power of the PS2, is that there were no obvious loading screens, that it all had to be done, seamlessly. And it's like, wow, they're talking about doing seamless loading in 2001, 2002. That's kind of crazy. And I mean, look at Jak and Daxter. That original game, those games have seamless loading. There's no obvious loading screens. Now they do have loading screens. They're just disguised, and it's like the very early squeeze through a crevice, and it's very early versions of that. And the Ratchet ship flying through space is the exact same thing. So Insomniac did a lot of weird things in the back end in terms of loading and memory and stuff, and using the processor that was built in on the PS2 and stuff like that. So when it came to porting those games over, they could not just open up the source code for Ratchet 1, 2, and 3 and just put it onto the cell processor for PS3 and do stuff like that, because they couldn't do like an emulator. That's the word I was looking for. They couldn't just emulate it because an emulator is software mimiking hardware. So without the actual hardware to back up what the code was trying to do, it just wasn't working. So they actually had to tweak. They had to do weird tweaks and stuff to the original source code, to the Ratchet trilogy, and do a bunch of weird stuff like that. So that's one of the reasons that you have the weird Ratchet floaty helmet thing in that collection, and the fact that Ratchet's helmet floats is because that's just one of those weird little things they couldn't get ironed out. That the way that Insomniac hid things for the in-engine cutscenes instead of the pre-rendered cutscenes. Those things. It's like that was just one of those. That was just one of those things where they had it loaded in and hidden in file memory, and when they transitioned that to the PS3, that same file memory didn't load in exactly correctly the same way because it was on different hardware. So that's one of the reasons why Ratchet's helmet floats. So during those cuts, so it's little weird things like that to where if they do bring the Ratchet trilogy forward to PS4/PS5, it would just be a port of a port because I don't think they'd be able to. Maybe they would give it to Bluepoint or Nibelion or one of the but Nibelion's really their PC studio now. I suppose they could give that original source code to people and say, hey, do this again. But I mean, I think it probably. Knowing Sony at this point, it would be cheaper to just go in and say, all right, just port the port.
Yep.
So,
I wouldn't be opposed to just making it using one of the PS2 emulators that they use for Jack 2 and Jack 3, and Jack Wagon and Jack.
Well, again, that's the thing. Those emulators don't work with the Ratchet code. You can't.
Maybe get the PC SX2 guys to help.
Yeah, see, I mean, this is one of those things where I do not know how video games really work in terms of their code and stuff. This is just what I've watched from people that have done this from other people that have actually done research. So I'm just I'll send you a link to this guy that I've been watching because he's running through the entire Ratchet game, the entire Ratchet series, and
for the first time or.
Not for the first time because he was a teenager when I think he was a teenager when the original game came out in 2002. So it's like he's been a lifelong fan of these games. So he's going through them again and he's looking up all this behind the scenes info. And he's actually got interviews with old Insomniac developers that worked on the games and stuff like that. So he's got a lot of interesting behind the scenes stories and stuff like that. And that's where I'm getting a lot of this information. So I'll send you the link to that guy because they're super interesting videos, just talking about the way these games work and why they work the way they did and why they don't necessarily, and why they can't be brought forward easily and why the collection is so divisive. I do disagree with him in a couple places though, because it's like again, because he's in the camp of that the Ratchet trilogy is unplayable on Vita, but I loved it on Vita. I thought it was great on Vita. I thought it worked really well on Vita. So
I'm with you there. I'm with you there. Speaking of Vita, how was Jack 2? You didn't play, did you?
I'm playing. So I'm in the process. I think I'm maybe a third of the way through. Maybe.
Who did you fight? Did you get to Praxis 1?
I haven't gotten there yet.
Okay, you're not even a third of the way through yet.
I think I'm close. I think I'm close to that though, because I'm doing all these side missions for Jabba the Hutt and his little floaty chair.
Oh, for Crew, yeah.
I hate that guy so much.
Oh, I love Crew.
He's just so gross. I don't like him.
Oh, let me rephrase that. I love Tons of Fun.
So, but it's definitely a old game is old because it's doing a lot of things that I don't like about games of that time, and even the Ratchet games of that time. It's like, all right, here's the vehicle section. Like, why do we need a vehicle section? This never controls well.
Get used to that.
Yeah, I knew that the game did this, so I wasn't surprised when it popped up, especially since the first game did it too. But it's like, why do these games have to have some sort of obligatory, vehicle section? They never run well. They never work well. It always feels jank. I mean, it's like that's honestly arguably my favorite thing about Ratchet PS4 is that despite the issues I have with it, at least the hoverboard challenges were fun that time around. Because they actually put in the work to make the hoverboard challenges feel good, as opposed to the original game where the hoverboard challenges were just the worst. So that's so the Jack series obviously still
it's
guilty
old.
of some of that stuff. I just based on my experience so far though, I am kind of seeing because back in the day and even somewhat now, there is that debate of what was the best PS2 platformer. And I think each series excels in different ways. In terms of just overall fun to play experience, Ratchet or none, because it's Insomniac. They really know how to make a game fun. jumping around, upgrading your weapons, yada yada yada. You know, the kind of biting satire that are in those games. It makes getting to cutscenes very rewarding and fun, even if they are kind of old in certain ways. In terms of overall story, I think the Sly trilogy is probably the best because I need
to play through those on my Vita.
Yes,
because
do it.
There is a team, because with one character in particular, there is a sense of, okay, yeah, we're making it up as we go along. But in terms of the overall I mean, it's
Carmelita.
Not Carmelita.
Or the Murray.
The Murray. Murray was kind of a character that was a I'm being written as we go along.
Because he went to like Africa or Australia in the third game.
Yeah. But there is stuff in there where it's like they made some of that stuff up as they went along. But in other ways they actually managed to take that sense of we're making it up as we go along and actually managed to tie that into other things and that even though it is being made up as they went along, they tied it up pretty well to where it felt natural. So it's like the original, it's like Star Wars, the original trilogy, where there were things that they made up as they went along. Like Luke and Leia, I don't think we're ever supposed to. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty obvious that Luke and Leia were never supposed to be siblings until Return of the Jedi. Because if they were supposed to be siblings the entire time, that kiss in Empire would have never happened. And and it's like there's even an old trailer for Empire that's talking about, you know, who does the princess end up with, the heroic Luke Skywalker or the scoundrel Han Solo, and so it's like, and that's in the trailer for Empire.
Oh,
wow! I didn't know that.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's one, and there's the trailer that has that even has a alternate / deleted scene that wasn't rediscovered until the Blu-ray releases came out, where Leia visits Luke privately in the med bay on Echo Base, and they have another moment where it looks like they're about to kiss but they don't, and they use that in the trailer. But of course, that ended up not making the final cut of the movie, and we got the laugh it up fuzzball scene instead. So I mean, yeah,
so
obviously
was that for the better?
Yes, I think that. So obviously, there was some stuff with the original trilogy where they're making it up as they went along, but they ended up doing a good job with wrapping up the story and making everything seem like that it actually was cohesive, and they knew what they were doing the entire time, as opposed to, say, the sequel trilogy, which was clearly made up as it went along, and it shows, because the whole thing is just kind of a mess from start to finish.
One is an example of what happens when you actually fake it till you make it.
Yes.
The other is when you're just failing.
Yeah, well, I mean, when your first movie in a trilogy is plagiarized, I mean, that's a problem right there. So Sly is very much like the original trilogy in that fact, where some of it is made up as it goes along, but they knew what they were doing for the most part, and they made it all tie together very nicely. So the overall story of the Sly trilogy works very well. And then with Jak and Daxter, I think it's definitely the technical thing with those games is the fact that there's seamless loading and the kind of large open worlds. You know, for 2001, 2003, when those games were being put out, very, very impressive. But I don't think I like any characters in.
You don't like Jak. You don't like Daxter. You don't like Kira. You don't like Samus.
Jak has barely said anything at the part because he was silent in the first game. So he's barely.
I'm gonna kill Praxis.
Yeah, that's basically the extent of what he said. He's just kind of been generic grumpy guy. It's like, hey, if we do this job for you, then you need to do something else. Tell us about the eco shipments that the Baron, blah blah blah. Tell us about the eco shipments that the Baron Mr. Krabs is sending to the Discount Bionicles.
Wait, no, that isn't Mr. Krabs.
Yeah, Baron Praxis is voiced by Clancy Brown, who's Mr. Krabs.
Wow.
Yes. Yeah, because he's in that eco, and he has the little transmissions when you're flying around the city, and it's like, I didn't put two and two together. Strength or die, and stuff like that. It's like, I'm like, oh, it's Clancy Brown. So Jack has barely said anything. Daxter continues to be just as, I don't know if he gets better, but he's just as annoying as he was in the original game.
Well, that's just rude. I'm right here.
Yeah, no, not you, Daxter. The Otzel Daxter,
I was
the
actually
character.
gonna say-
Okay,
that
I
you were
love
named after.
Daxter. I like how annoying he is.
Thing about
It
writing
is-
that I find very interesting is that in a lot of ways there are characters that are meant to be annoying to the characters but are not annoying to the audience, and those are some of my favorite characters in fiction, honestly. For instance, I apologize, Loka, but I'm going to plug myself here.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
I just finished up the Ninjago Dark Island stop motion adaptation on my channel. Part 3 went live today. So, for just a quick synopsis, the Dark Island trilogy was a trilogy of graphic novels that were put out by LEGO in 2016 that are canon to the overall story of Ninjago, the still ongoing LEGO theme, and they're canon to the story. So they matter to the TV show and the ongoing story and stuff there. But the only place they had ever been told that story had ever been told was in these graphic novels, and they had like one printing. They had one run in 2016, and there were no other printings since then. So if you'd wanted to experience this story, you either had to pay over $100 online for used copies of these books, which I did, or you had to watch like fan readings on YouTube where people get together in a Discord and have scans of the book, and then they do a fan reading that way, which I don't think is a preferable way. It got the job done, but it gets the job done, but I don't think it is a preferable way to experience any story. You know, if you're going to Mystery Science Theater something, that's one thing, that's one way to do it. But trying to take the story seriously, that's not a preferred way to do it. So I recently in one of my various stop motion projects, I recently did an adaptation of that trilogy. So now, if you're a Ninjago fan and you want to know what happens in that story, you can just watch my stop motions instead of having to pay $100 for it. And it has the music from the show and special effects and all that stuff, so it feels like an actual production. So one of the characters in Ninjago that I featured in this adaptation is a character named Dareth. He's one of those characters that the other characters find very annoying, but to the audience, everyone finds him hilarious, and he's one of the fan favorite characters because he's. I mean, Captain Quark, going back to PlayStation, that's another example. So Captain Quark is another character that's annoying. That is annoying to the character, because like the amount of times that Ratchet has just been done with Quark's antics is crazy. So it's like Tools of Destruction. After he hands over the Dimensionator to Tachyon, Ratchet's like, man, Quark's done some dumb stuff before, but this really takes the cake. I am so through with this guy. So Dareth from Ninjago, Captain Quark, those type of characters, they're annoying to the other characters, but they have enough of a kind of interesting personality, and their actions and what they do are tame enough to where to the audience you don't get frustrated or annoyed at them, except in times where you're like Quark turning over the Dimensionator to Tachyon. That, I think, and you're supposed to be. It's humorous, but you're supposed to be going, "You idiot! What are you doing? You're delivering this to the bad guy." But Daxter from Jak and Daxter, I don't think is a good example of that. He's a Jar Jar, where he is grating. Ooh. And he is grating to the audience, and I think I would have because Daxter being a bit, not you, Daxter, obviously.
Daxter the character, not Daxter the person.
Daxter the Otzel.
Yes, Daxter the Otzel being a arrogant, kind of smart alecky character who is a little bit of a coward and is just kind of all about himself. That could work if every time you died, he wasn't right up in your face of your death screen being all annoying.
He does he? Maybe I'm just
Not in the second game, but in the first game.
In the
every
first
time,
game, absolutely.
Yeah.
In the second game, it is toned way back.
No, it is so far, but I can see that, I can tell that they're writing him different, and he is less annoying in the second game so far. But I still sit there as he's saying something, and I'm just sitting there going, I don't like you. You're annoying. So maybe by the time I get through the second game and move on to the third, maybe that opinion will have changed. But at this point, I don't like Daxter.
Daxter the character, not Daxter the person.
Again, yes. The other characters, like what's her name? Kira, is that what you said?
Kira, Samos's daughter. Or are you thinking of?
Yes, no, that is who I'm thinking of. Samos's daughter. The at this point cliche early 2000s female character that shows her midriff, because every
Ahsoka.
Ahsoka, Kim Possible. It's like, I mean,
maybe Blood Rain.
Carmelita Fox from Sly Cooper.
Carmelita Fox.
She's the exact same way. I don't know probably how many anime characters would fit into that category. But I mean, so she showed up in the first
Pokemon.
She showed up in the first game. I'm like, yes, this game was totally released in 2001. You know what
the greatest part about that is? They
What?
didn't do a single Matrix reference until Daxter on the PSP.
Courtney Gears from Ratchet and Clank. She's even the same way. So I don't know. So looking back, I think that was part of the fashion at the time, so I get it. But it's just a little weird to see how pronounced it was in like animated media and video games and stuff. It's like, I mean, for Pete's sake, even depending on the outfit that Lilo from Lilo and Stitch is. Well, I suppose that's a hula outfit, so that kind of makes sense. But still, no. But no, Lilo and Stitch. Nani, her older sister, she had a crop top.
Ooh, that's right.
Like, what is with all these animated all these animated female characters not knowing what a shirt is anyway? So,
well, at least they're wearing half a shirt.
Yes. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like she and Samos in the first game were in it so infrequently because that game does not have a lot of cutscenes. Because, for instance, I had not actually finished that game. As I said, because
they appear.
I've said this off air, not on air. But it was just too old. I got lost in a cave system, and I didn't know where I was going, and the story was really thin, and so I'm just like, okay, and it felt old to play, and then I stopped playing it. I'm like, okay, I'm going to compare this to Ratchet and Clank to see.
And he got lost in Ratchet and Clank for like 38 days or so.
Longer than that because I played Ratchet 1. I'm like, oh, okay, and maybe I want to play Going Commando now. And I played Going Commando, and then I'm like, well, at this point, I might as well play Up Your Arsenal. And then I played Up Your Arsenal. That's
the excuse everyone gives. Yeah, I'll play Up Your Arsenal.
So that happened. So I have not gone back to Jack 1. So I'm like, okay, well, I've heard Jack 2 is better. And it feels a little better. Does
the gameplay feel better?
It does. But I'm going to get back to that here in a second.
The guns. You're going to say the guns, aren't you?
I went on YouTube. I'm like, I'm going to at least watch the rest of the cutscenes for Jack 1, so that way I at least know where the story is. And it's like that, and on YouTube, there's only like 25 minutes of cutscenes in that game, which is not much.
Bruh.
And a third of those cutscenes are in the first 15 minutes of the game, where
that's
it's
probably
delivering. Yeah, and that's where it's delivering you all this exposition. So Jack and Daxter in 1 is not a very narrative-heavy game, which I find hilarious. It's like that just shows you how much Naughty Dog has changed.
Yeah.
because Naughty Dog now is really known for their narratives, but I'm playing through Jack 1, I'm like, okay, this gameplay doesn't feel very good. It feels really old. These characters aren't really well defined. So Samos and his daughter, I didn't really have much attachment to in the first game. So the fact that they are currently MIA in the second game and it's like, well, okay, I will. I have run into Kira again,
Right.
although they're keeping that a secret because she's only behind, for some strange reason she's
How can
hiding
you
behind
not
a tarp.
recognize Kira's voice actress? How can you not recognize
Exactly.
Kira's voice?
It's like, now Kira not recognizing Jack makes sense because he'd never spoken a word to her before. That makes sense. But he should totally say, "Hey, Kira, it's me, Jack," and then she rips open the curtain and goes, "Oh my gosh, hey, it's you! It's been 2 years."
It happens.
It's like,
it happens after like it happens after your second race. So there are 3 races total, not including all of the 3 races. Those weren't as bad though as the. There's one part after the second Praxis fight where you have to race. Who's the head racer? You met him. He was a.
No, I haven't met him yet.
Errol. That's who it is. His name is
Yeah,
Errol.
no, I haven't.
And
actually
you have
met
to race him.
The last thing I have done is I did the practice challenge on the hoverboard thing, which was just awful.
That was also an early 2000s thing.
Yeah,
Tony Hawk.
Because all of a sudden it's Tony Hawk's Pros. Jack and Daxter present Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. I'm like, why is it doing this right now?
And Knuckles.
Why are we doing this?
And Knuckles.
And it's oh gosh, it controlled so poorly, and then I didn't understand how it didn't explain it very well how that you actually racked up points. Because like I would do I finally figured out that it's all about speed, but it never really said that. So it's like I do this trick and it gives me like 6,000 points for that one trick. I'm like, oh, okay, I'll just do that trick again. So I do that exact trick again. It gives me 50 points. I'm like, okay, why did I do it the first time? And it gives me 6,000 points.
Because he did it too fast. He did it like too much in succession or something.
Yeah, so it controls poorly. It doesn't accurately explain to you why or how you'll get awarded points. So dumb. So yeah, I run into Kira again, but Jack hasn't figured that out yet, and she hasn't figured that out. So yeah, and then at the moment, there's not really any of the characters, any of the side characters. Okay, no, I will take it back. The kind of right-hand man that works for Jabba the Hutt, floating around in his chair. The right-hand man, and you had to go out. You went out on the hunting expedition with him. I can't remember his name.
Oh, yes, he's awesome. Oh, what is his name? It's not Crew. It's
something. It's something that starts with the C. But he's got like the skull gun that has the one-shot kill.
Yeah, the Peacemaker. Which you will get that gun later.
Oh,
you're gonna get that gun later.
So yeah, him I actually like. But part of the reason I like him is that I immediately recognize his voice actor, and it's Phil LaMarr. So it's like, oh, hey, it's Phil LaMarr. I know that guy. So I mean, he's Kit Fisto in Clone Wars. Not only is he Kit Fisto, he's also Bail Organa and Senator Ornfrey Ta. So he has several characters across Clone Wars and Bad Batch. So yeah, I recognized Phil LaMarr. I'm like, oh, hey, it's Phil, and that guy has seen better days. So this is like, oh, hey, it's Phil LaMarr, and it's like I found the mission with him annoying, doing all the hunting and stuff, but he himself was fine. So it's like, okay, yeah, this is fine.
He gets some great one-liners later on. So
yeah, and he just had an aura of cool around him. So it's like, him I like. I'll admit him I like. But pretty much anyone else I've met up to this point, I don't like. Like I said, Jabba the Hutt.
It's meant to be repulsive.
I get that, but he's like one of the most prominent characters at the moment. So you're spending a lot of time with him. And it's like there isn't really anyone else right now that I like as a character.
What about the guy at the power plant?
Oh, him. I've only had like the one encounter with him. Okay. He seems kind of like a stereotype nerd character.
He's not a nerd. He's just really jumpy.
Are you sure? Because he's got really big glasses.
Yeah, he knows everything about the electrical grid, and he's a complete coward.
But
he's not Big Al. He's not Big Al.
I mean, there's different types of nerd characters, and I feel like knowing a lot of one thing, having big glasses, and being a coward, I feel like that's one of those versions of a nerd character. So.
If Al can't fix it, it ain't broke. Isn't that right, Al? You said it, pal.
Yeah. Yeah, and so again, going back to boy is Naughty Dog changed. It's like, yeah, they're like I don't know. Just at this point, the characters aren't my favorite yet, and it's like I think.
Also, did you meet Praxis's daughter?
No, not yet. Not I wasn't aware that he had any.
Ashley, that's her name.
Again, I finished that first hoverboard practice thing, and that is it.
I swear, well, because the missions can get out of order pretty fast.
Oh, can they? Okay, I guess that makes sense.
I think I did hoverboard after I saw Ashley, and let's see here. Grab the flag for Torn. I like Torn.
No. Excuse me. The last thing I did was eliminating the insect nests at the
the metalhead
plant.
nests at the power.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the last thing I did. But the hoverboard, the stupid hoverboard thing left more of an impact with me because it was so frustrating. So that's why. But no, that's the last thing I did. But yeah, so I don't know. I just don't feel like at this point in time, Naughty Dog's writing chops were not up to snuff yet. It's just so it's either that or I'm just not identifying with it the way I do with, like, say, Uncharted or the Last of Us. I feel like when they, well, actually, hold on. I will say Jack 2 is already in. I haven't connected. Better. I haven't connected with it yet, but it is. I can tell that it is an improvement over Jack 1, just because there's more cutscenes and there is actually more story and more. I just haven't gotten very far. So, but something I do remember from my Hot Naughty Dog history is that this is around the time that Amy Hennig first joined the studio, and she was like a low-level writer on Jack 2 and 3, and then she ended up being, and after her work on that, she was then promoted to head writer on Uncharted. So I think I'm probably seeing like the very early bits of her writing at the studio. So it is an improvement, but it's still not what they're known for today. So.
Well, you got to remember, their first game was not Crash Bandicoot. The first big game was Crash Bandicoot, but one of their first games was on the 3DO, and it was a Mortal Kombat clone. And it was bad.
And then they also did like a snowboarding game or something. Or, it's like it's like one of the early. But that's not one that like ever got officially released. That was like the two heads of the studio when they were teenagers messing around on a computer, but they count that as their first game.
And Misbehaving Puppy. That was their company name at the time.
Yeah, but they sold copies of it at school on floppy disks, and that's how it was released. That's like what they count as their original game.
Well, and they're not going to port that over in any of their other games?
Yeah, no. They're not going to put it in Uncharted 5 like they put Crash Bandicoot into Uncharted 4. I don't think they're going to do that.
Did they have to haggle for the license on that?
They did.
It's Activision. Of course they had to.
Yeah, they did. So yeah. So Jack and Dax are definitely, in terms of showcasing the power of the PS2 at the time, and that kind of stuff. That's definitely where the game. I think they take the cake. But in terms of story and gameplay, no, they pale in comparison to Jack and Ratchet at the time.
Ratchet and Sly?
Ratchet and Sly. Excuse me. So, but it is interesting to see that there were 3 platformer mascots on the PS3 at the time, and each one did something the best, and they each kind of excelled in their own ways, which is kind of interesting looking back. But no, I am interested. I am, unlike Jack 1, I am actually interested in finishing Jack 2 and moving on to 3.
And I back Metalhead Orbs.
But I doubt. But I really do doubt that I will ever play Jack Combat Racing.
It's actually a pretty fun kart racer. Imagine if Deadlocked were a racing game. It's more focused on combats. Like, hence the name, duh, but...
yeah.
Oh, no.
Like, to an extensive degree. And it's even canon to the story. It's like the main Jack, after Jack 3.
Yeah, is that the one where they are forced to compete because they all get poisoned or something?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen some videos on it, but it's one of those. It's like, yeah, story's not the biggest part of Jack Combat Racing.
It's a really weird game, man. And
I just wish that we got Uncharted.
I know. I mean, given that we hadn't gotten Uncharted 4, and we didn't see any signs for the longest time, and given their previous PlayStation titles, 3 main games and then a spin-off racing game. What do you think the gameplay would have consisted of in Uncharted?
Well,
would it have been a racing sim, or would it have been an arcade racer similar to like Need for Speed?
I think it would have
hunting?
been. I think it would have been an arcade racer where you're like driving through tombs and stuff. But
so Tomb Racer.
Tomb Racer. Tomb Racer. That's funny.
I'm sorry, that was on the tongue. I'll think of better ones later.
No, that was pretty good. I enjoyed that. But for a while there, I don't know if you guys knew about this, but for a while there, it was rumored that The Last of Us was an Uncharted spinoff.
Really?
Huh.
Yeah, because in Uncharted 3, in the opening level, when Nate and Sully are getting beat up in that bar, there's actually a newspaper that you can look at that talks about a virus that's broken out. And Naughty Dog left that in. Then Naughty Dog left that in there as a tease to what their next game was going to be. Which, of course, because after Uncharted 2, they split into 2 teams. One team went off to make Uncharted 3. The other went off to make The Last of Us. And so they put that newspaper in there as a clue to what the other team was making. But at the last minute, they decided to remove it because it's like, well, that's maybe too. It's like at this point we're not ready to show The Last of Us. So we're not. So let's remove it just so that way, we don't so people don't find this and so it won't sow confusion. But then as it happened, instead of they removed it, but then in their final phase of testing for the game, it accidentally got put back in.
Oh,
when the discs went to get printed. And so it made it into the final version of the game. However, no one noticed it for 2 years until The Last of Us came out. The Last of Us was on the store shelves, and then people went, hey, they put a tease to The Last of Us in Uncharted 3 in the first level, and no one noticed it for 2 years. And then everyone started going, wait, are they in the same universe? And then that was when Neil Druckmann and Amy Hennig, who was still there at the time, went, so here's a funny story. We actually meant to remove that, and then as it turns out, I guess in the final phase of testing, it got put back in, and then no one noticed it because I guess we just didn't draw attention to it. So that's it's a pretty funny story, all things considered.
I can actually relate to Naughty Dog because a similar thing happened to me once when me and another student were co-writing a paper.
Oh no!
We had started adding in a something, and then we had put in like the first paragraph describing a certain thing, and then we kind of like, you know what, this doesn't really add anything to our paper. So let's just remove it. And then in the final version, like the other students that have read our paper and are
the proofreaders,
they actually ask us
peer review.
There's this 1 or 2 paragraphs here that talks about something, but then it's there isn't anything more of it or anything.
Was this an Ace Combat fanfiction paper?
No, this was a history paper. Okay.
Was it IRL Ace Combat?
No. So they brought it up, and I was sitting, we were sitting there, that thing, we kind of started looking at it, but then we felt like it wasn't really adding anything, and then I said, but I could have sworn I removed that from the paper, but somehow that paragraph has returned.
The ghost paragraph. If Palpatine were a paragraph, somehow Palpatine has returned. Oh my gosh! If there were to be a poll for worst lines in Star Wars, I think that one would probably win.
Yeah.
I know a lot of
What
people
were the other ones?
No, see, and
if you say Jar Jar Binks, that's too easy.
No, lines of dialogue, not characters. But I feel like a lot of people would point to I don't like sand as probably being
Oh, that's poetic though.
Well,
Poetic.
And that's exactly my point I'm making here is that the only reason that line doesn't work is because of the delivery of the line. Because if you actually look at what Anakin's saying in that moment, it is actually, I don't want to say heartfelt, but it is him making a point.
It is pain of
yes, it is
past.
angst. It's angst, it's pain, and it's one of those things where it's like
rough, coarse, irritating.
Yeah, we're on paper, on paper, that whole love plot from Attack of the Clones works, but then when you get George Lucas to direct the actual scenes and his somewhat stilted dialogue, and it's like, no, this isn't working as well as it should be. And then thank goodness for Clone Wars, because then it does work. But so I've kind of, because I used to hate that line just as much as everyone else, but then I really kind of came around and I was like, well, I mean, the reason it doesn't work is the delivery. The point behind it is actually really great. It's just Lucas isn't the greatest at dialogue, unfortunately. But somehow Palpatine has returned. I mean, that entire line is like emblematic of what's wrong with the sequel trilogy in a nutshell. They were just making this up as they went along.
Somehow it just happened. No one knows how or why.
But that's
probably
that's one that people always point to and go it's bad, and I agree it's bad. But one I think the line I actually think I hate more is Han Solo asking Maz Kanata in Force Awakens, "Where did you get that in terms of Luke's lightsaber?" And she says, "Another story for another time." It's like, are you kidding me? That's
teasing
a
new
Star Wars. That's the Star Wars equivalent of I don't even have time to explain why I don't have time to explain.
Yeah, that's true.
Hey. Okay. No. I guess you're,
Loka, someone just ran right by me and didn't realize I was a bad guy.
Man, we really got multiple examples of this system not working.
Nazis just have genetic camouflage.
Yeah, that's one of the fixes we discussed, where maybe allies have all the operators and then the Axis have just generic, milsim dudes. That's probably, I guess.
Have Italians and the occasional.
Yeah, because that was where Adolf Hitler came from.
No, that's Benito Swagolini.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
I think I'm just stealing something from Badger at this point.
I
don't care.
I think you are.
That's what. Yes, it was. It was his Battlefield 5 video, and it heavily said it.
Yeah, but I mean,
Joseph Stunton.
Still the.
Oh, that actually reminds me. I saw someone, I think it was yesterday, having on this game having the name Joseph Stalin. I didn't know how to feel about that. Because it's like, well, I mean, I guess it's time appropriate.
Yep.
Oh. Man.
Ow.
Account names can get real funky in God games.
I'm surprised there isn't a better, filter in place anymore.
Well, here's the thing. Remember, it's crossplay. So the different platforms have different filters. Steam, doesn't have a filter.
It doesn't.
So
that's Battle.net. That's not even Steam. That's Battle.net.
So that's why you get people like Joseph Stalin. That's why I had to kill
Anne Frank the other time.
That's why I had to kill Anne Frank earlier. Yes, exactly. Because you can
wow. Okay, you can never run in politics ever with that line.
It's also now.
Thankfully, I haven't said anything that could be taken out of context and as racially insensitive.
Oh
probably.
No. You try to run for something, and someone's immediately going to point to, now can we get clone waifus?
Yes.
Can we?
No.
Well, okay. If I ran for office in Japan, that'd probably run differently. Because I'm pretty sure someone said we need to make climate change something. It was like climate change the positive, not like what am I trying to say? They need to make climate change sexy, is what he said essentially.
Oh no!
No, I've heard that it's him trying to say we need to raise awareness. It was him really butchering. He was trying to say we need to raise awareness and get people to pay attention to this, but he was trying to come up with how to say that, and it just came off totally wrong.
I'm sure we had a field day. I'm sure everyone had a field day with that.
Oh yeah, no, I'm sure.
No, I can't see why. Absolutely not. Speaking of...
really, it's clone waifus the worst thing I've said. I'm sure Younglings has the rank somewhere.
No. And
it's probably one of the most humorous things.
Yeah, and I can't believe I'm gonna say this, but speaking of clone waifus...
Okay, I'm interested to see where you're going with this.
It's Visions, isn't it?
It's this week, I think. I think it's Wednesday.
Yeah, so Star Wars Visions coming out next Wednesday. And have I understood it correctly that they're releasing all episodes at once?
I don't think so. I think it's weekly.
Because there was a wording with how they wrote watch. I don't actually remember how they worded it, but it kind of sounded like, wait, are they releasing all of it at once? That doesn't sound like so. Disney. What are you doing?
No.
This doesn't sound like current day Disney. What are you doing?
Granted, I feel like if there was gonna be any Disney Plus thing that did that, I guess it would be that one, since they're not really necessarily connected.
I'm just glad that it's canon.
It's not, but
it's
yeah,
so canon. You're telling me that
according to Pablo Hidalgo, apparently we can make canon whatever we want.
Oh gosh, yeah, no, that was so annoying when I saw him tweet that. It's like, no, the person, one of the people in charge of actual canon. I feel like Rise of Skywalker broke a lot of the Lucasfilm story team.
Yeah.
Just like, not much we can do with this now. But oh, hi guy. Again, there's a person right next to me. Had no clue he was my enemy, and I saw the red name above him, so I just elbowed him in the face, and he died.
I was about to say, watch out for that acolyte. I'm playing Destiny 2, and I could have sworn I got 2 other people with me, and I was about to give you a call out. I'm sorry.
That would be that would be interesting if suddenly here we are in World War II and some sort of alien hive person shows up, and it's like, you don't own Bungie anymore. What are you doing here? And then I know that
copyright infringement.
Yeah, but no, I feel like Visions would be something that they could probably get away with releasing all at once, and it would work. But they would only do that as if they would have done that if they would have done the exact same with Marvel's What If. But that's being released week to week as well. So
is that canon?
No.
Well, so now what?
Really,
so
zombie cat isn't canon?
I suppose. Multiverses, I guess.
Yes, yeah. What if actually is canon thanks to the Marvel multiverse?
That's such a dumb causality loop.
Well, but here's the thing: is that Phase 4 of Marvel is all about the multiverse. Because WandaVision opened up the multiverse, and then Doctor Strange is opening up the multiverse, and Spider-Man's opening up the multiverse. Loki opened up multiple timelines in one universe to help lead to more universes. So yeah, it's.
When are they going to realize that their stories suck so far up their butts that's really going to be really complicated for casual viewers to understand?
Well, that's the. That's the funny thing is that, the argument there for 2 or 3 years recently has been Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Netflix stuff isn't canon. The only stuff that's canon is the mainline movies, and anything that Kevin Feige says is canon. But after Loki and with all this multiverse stuff they're doing, that argument doesn't hold any water anymore. Because it's like, well, why can't Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. be canon? Did you watch Loki? Because there's a whole bunch of branching timelines. Hey, why can't? Well, and here now it's even to the point where what they're doing with Spider-Man is that now the Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield movies are going to be canon to the MCU because they're going to be alternate Spider-Man timelines. So, and they're probably going to do the same thing with the X-Men and maybe the Nicolas Cage Ghost Rider movies, where now with all this stuff.
Oh, that's right. There was 2 of them.
Ghost Rider.
Yeah, because I mean when you open up all these other timelines, why and multiverses and stuff, why couldn't these older movies be part of the universe now?
This is exactly why you need to be careful with your multiverses.
Yeah.
Don't cross streams. You don't cross streams. You don't make
exactly.
multiverses.
Yeah, because with the exception of some of the Spider-Man stuff and the fact that they can't make any new Hulk solo movies, they own everyone again. There's no more weird rights issues with the exception of Spider-Man. The Fantastic Four are back, the X-Men are back, they own everyone again. So there's nothing to stop them from saying, "Hey, all those old X-Men movies, they're part of the MCU. They're just a branched timeline." So there's nothing, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. totally canon in this extended timeline of the MCU. And the fact that season 5, 6, and 7 of S.H.I.E.L.D. did a lot of time jumping anyway, and it seemed like that they jumped timelines anyway. I mean, that just fits more in with what's going on now anyway. So Agent Coulson and Daisy Johnson and all these characters of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. could show up in, like, say, Secret Wars with Samuel L. Jackson, and they could help fight the Skrulls, and it would work. And they could totally do that. Because it's like, well, branching timelines. They just jumped timelines for a bit. That's why they weren't mentioned in the quote unquote MCU proper there for a hot minute. Because remember, for a while there, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. was 100% canon. It's just after a while they stopped treating it because Winter Soldier happened and then Age of Ultron happened. There were 2 direct references to Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. in Age of Ultron that you can't say, nah, it's not canon. It's like, well, yeah, it is. It's like, if it's not canon, then how did this thing happen? How did Nick Fury show up with a helicarrier in Age of Ultron and Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't canon? So.
Defend the objective. This is your time to shine.
Yeah,
But the multiverse I'm more worried about right now is the COD multiverse. It's like,
Yeah.
I don't even want to try to dissect that. Where do the earlier games fit in? Is that a multiverse or is this a timeline?
yeah.
Are zombies
what about
canon
zombies?
in Modern Warfare?
Yeah,
Please no.
what about Advanced
Warzone
Warfare? Is Kevin Spacey
Warzone...
still alive and was he not convicted earlier on?
No,
That's the real question.
Kevin Spacey died.
No. I mean, like, in our 2021, was he convicted or not?
Oh, good question. I don't.
If
I
so,
don't know.
is that one of his clones, or is that an android?
Gosh.
Wait, I've lost track. Who are you talking about?
I forgot. Kevin Spacey.
I think he was just making a out there ludicrous point that wasn't really tied into anything real.
Yes, it was Advanced Warfare. That's real enough to me.
Well, if you're talking about his character died at the end of the game. So
Okay. I mean,
it was also in the future. So
it was in the not too distant future.
Yeah.
Sure. What about Infinite Warfare? Is that like
that
the
was
end
in
of
the
the
far.
timeline?
That was in the far.
Is that going to be the
yeah.
end of the timeline, or is that going to
Maybe.
be another point in the timeline?
I don't know.
Where does World War II, Vanguard, Finest Hour... Actually, where do the old, before Call of Duty 4, where did those fit in? Because Price was in those games too. Price was in those games too. You can't... Actually,
His
very
granddad. You could make it out as...
Yeah, if
identical.
My thing on the older games is that the older games, like the original Call of Duties that had like the OG World War II Captain Price, those exist in the original Modern Warfare trilogy timeline, and that price is the World War II Price is the Modern Warfare Captain Price's grandfather. Then you have the original Black Ops timeline, which is Black Ops 1, 2, 3, 4, and Cold War. Then we get to the Call of Duty cinematic, and then Ghost is its own thing, Infinite Warfare is its own thing, and Advanced Warfare is its.
What was
its
the
own
date
thing.
given for Ghosts? Like the.
It was like 20. It was in the 2020s.
Okay, yeah,
So
it
it's
wasn't like
actually,
too
like,
long
now.
after.
Yeah.
And
no,
where
it's-
does 2042 and the Bad Company games fit in?
Well, that's
I
Battlefield.
don't
That's not
think-
Call of Duty, so it
I-
doesn't count.
I don't think they do.
So that brings us to the what we'll call the Warzone timeline, which is I left out World at War in the Black Ops.
But no
timeline.
one cares. No one but Dimitri cares.
Yeah. So then we have the Warzone timeline, which is Call of Duty World at War, Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War, Black Ops 1 before Cold War, obviously. Then we have Modern Warfare 2019, and maybe at this point Vanguard ? We'll figure that out.
We'll see TM.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. Coming. Yeah, soon. TM. Exactly.
Gotta
And
wait until
that
Price 44 is added.
Yeah. We'll have to. So we'll have to wait and see on. But I think that could work and could maybe. But even then, at the same time, it's like, well, hold on. What about zombies? What about the zombies in Verdansk?
Yeah. Is that where does Fortnite
that
fit into this? Is that canon? Why hasn't there?
Fortnite
Why hasn't there been?
Fortnite fits into this is that it's the reason that we're all here right now. Is that it started the battle.
That was the catalyst event.
That was the catalyst event that started the battle royale craze.
Oh,
Thanks.
you know what's
Epic.
stupider? Apex has a more as a lore thing that makes more sense than COD right now. I'm sorry.
I mean, there's only like a handful of games.
In the
I guess-
Titanfall series, so yeah.
Yeah. Which I think we
Not
might
the
have
Titanfall's
development in the hacking.
Yeah,
Story,
and
but
then
I can't
Nvidia,
remember.
the Nvidia thing. Yeah, a Titanfall 3 was listed alongside a mysterious Respawn game that was just called Untitled.
I'm not even referring to that. I swear there was something else, like some other new detail about the hack. But I can't remember
in
what.
terms of the Titanfall hack. I see what you. I see what you're.
I'm not talking about Titanfall
that's
3.
its
That's
own
completely
lore.
fake.
Well, there was a hack on Nvidia or something recently that had a bunch of games that were listed.
It was like
that
slated
seemed-
to release sometime in the near, like by the end of this year, and we haven't gotten an announcement. No, it's not happening.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Then I don't
That's-
think. Oh,
This I don't think this Nvidia thing really had any dates. It's just like these are things that they know about because publishers have told them that these are things that are coming in the future at some point. Oh,
I would hope they're making. Okay, I'm gonna check with the subreddit, see if there's any development, because I'm sure, as I said that sentence, we were gonna find out that I don't know, the hacker was on drugs whenever he did that, and they were from that. And I got it wrong. It wasn't a Venezuelan drug cartel; it was a Vietnamese drug cartel.
Vietnamese. It starts with a V.
We're gonna find out the Vietnamese actually got the hacker now or something. Like it's
The government
it's so
or
wild.
the
The drug cartel or
Okay.
whatever it was.
I don't think anyone's actually taking them up on the offer of the hit. Hopefully.
Well, I feel like that'd be a stupid thing to risk going to jail for, is to kill some random hacker in America.
It wasn't an American hacker, it was an Asian hacker.
Oh, was it? Okay, I wasn't aware
Yeah,
of the
because
nationality. I just
Titanfall
assumed.
Online that's how EA was going to get Titanfall into the Japanese market, or the Southeast Asian market, I should say, not the Japanese market. I was just saying that because I had Gundam on the mind.
Spawns are awful. Oh my gosh.
Yep. Also,
I-
it is regular
I-
6v6. That's even
Yeah,
worse.
and because I just spawned behind a guy that ran through a doorway. This guy, this enemy just ran through a doorway, and I spawned right behind him. I just shot him in the back. It's like that's not fair. That's not cool.
Almost jumped
That's
over.
no good.
Thank you, Sonic.
No bueno.
Thank you. I don't know. What was that rat from Looney Tunes? Speedy Gonzalez.
Yeah, Speedy Gonzalez.
And who was that basketball
I
player?
got a
that won
blind
Looney
fire
Tunes?
kill. I actually
Nice.
tried out the blind fire feature.
The blind fire.
Yeah, you can blind fire around corners and over cover and stuff in Vanguard, and I'm assuming that's coming to Cold War as well, or not Cold War, Warzone.
If not that, then probably the Modern Warfare sequel.
Oh yeah, did you know that Left 4 Dead 2 was adapted for the Japanese market?
No.
It's
In
what?
what way?
Arcade game.
It turned it into an arcade game.
Oh,
Same thing with Half-Life 2.
That's I don't.
And that's a
maybe
story-driven
that's just
FPS.
maybe that's just a cultural thing, but I don't think I want to go to an arcade and stand there for an hour and a half as I play Left 4 Dead with my friends in a loud, smelly arcade. I'd rather do that.
Hang on. How are you playing Left 4 Dead? Are you playing it Russian Badger style, which is coincidentally
With
how I
mods?
play the game? Yeah, with too many mods.
Well, I've never played Left 4 Dead, regardless, but
Oh, it's so much fun. So I wish they would port it over, and Back 4 Blood is no substitute.
yeah, I was gonna say, man, it would be so good if there was like a good copy of that.
so
Like
are
a
people,
good
are
copycat.
are people down on Back 4 Blood now? Because for a while there, everyone seemed pretty pumped about it, and I guess that beta came out, and then they're all of a sudden not down on it anymore.
There was already some like, oh, we're kind of worried about this. Let's wait, and then even more information got leaked in that whole. It was going to be ridiculously expensive to play the game, and
Oh, right, the cards, the card
the
system.
cards. It was pay
That's
to win.
Okay, that. Well,
There was
okay,
literally a game from 2017 that would have given them the lesson they needed. And
Yeah.
they didn't even look
Yep.
at that.
I forgot. Okay, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that because when they were showing, because when they had like the alpha a couple of months ago that was on PC only or whatever, or they did a whole bunch of stuff. Then it's there was a lot of good press surrounding it, and people seemed really excited. And then all of a sudden, it turned one day, and I'm like, okay, what happened here? So I was curious about that. But that's right.
Cards.
The card system. Yep.
Been
Yep.
there, done that.
I was going to say twice, but it's so drastically different from that one game that we play with the Star War and
Battlefront 2.
The wars and the
Yeah,
stars.
that one. the War Star
Well,
2077.
speaking of sequels to Modern Warfare, going back to that NVIDIA leak that I mentioned, Modern Warfare 3 Remastered was listed as
Oh,
a thing
not
coming.
campaign remastered.
Well, I think there's some short form going on. I think it is just campaign remastered, but people are just calling it MW3 remaster.
Don't get your hopes up just yet.
So
That's all I'm hearing.
Now, Activision has said that the game doesn't exist, but they said the exact same thing about Modern Warfare 2 campaign remastered as well. So I don't necessarily believe them. So we'll have to wait and see. It's so interesting what they've done with these MW remasters because I feel like that these are things that they work on and they have done for a hot minute, and then they're like, we'll wait and see what the best opportunity is to put this out, because Modern Warfare 1 Remastered came out alongside Infinite Warfare, and I think they did that because everyone was super worried about how Infinite Warfare was going to turn out, and judging by the sales data is that it was like the lowest selling COD in years at that point. I feel like they were probably wise to do that. Because they at least they probably sold more copies than they would have, considering the fact that it came bundled with one of the best FPS games of all time, as a remaster.
We know at least
Then,
one game, one copy of Infinite Warfare was sold because of that.
Yeah, me for sure. So
At least one copy was sold. If I ever make a game, that's going to be my crowning achievement. At least one copy was sold.
Accomplished.
But and then I think in that situation it definitely worked out for them. But then Modern Warfare 2 Remastered, that was not a let's try to save something. That was we're riding high on success here, so let's give them even more. Because well, I mean, it was also,
but not too much more. Not too much more. We still got to have our game make money.
Well, right, but I mean, it was also that, and because pandemic, everyone's stuck at home. So honestly, it was the perfect time for them to release that. I think, because it's like when would they have done it since? So I think that when they released it in March of last year, right when the pandemic was kicking in, I think that was a really smart time to do it. And then since then, I think they've probably been waiting. It's like, when could we do Modern Warfare 3? I didn't hit anyone? Great. So, I feel like now, I mean, it seems like one of those things where it has to be coming at some point, because Loka and I have said this before, but you make Modern Warfare 1 Remastered, and then that could be okay, we'll leave it here. But then they made Modern Warfare 2 Remastered. So why, at this point, why wouldn't they make Modern Warfare 3? I know it's not as well regarded as 1 and 2. But still, why would you not complete the trilogy? It'd be really dumb, because I'm sure there's some people that probably played those campaigns for the first time with the remasters. So it'd be kind of dumb to not do the third game as well and complete the story. So it has to be something that they've worked on, and at this point, I'd say it's probably been done. It's probably finished, and they're sitting on it. So if I had to guess, potentially, what they're doing is that they're going to wait to see how Vanguard fares, because I think this year of all years, I think obviously Vanguard is still going to sell because it's Call of Duty, right? But obviously, I think in terms of public perception, even though it got delayed, I think this year belongs to Battlefield.
Yep,
because everyone's pretty excited for that,
It's got multiple games within one game.
There's that too. So I still see some people going, well, I'm not buying this $70 game that doesn't have a campaign. It's like, you don't play Battlefield for the campaign. You play it for the multiplayer, and the fact that that's one of those things where I feel like some of these people complaining, it's like, well, I'm not buying it because it doesn't have a campaign mode. I think some of these people are like the people that are like, well, I didn't like Battlefield 5 because it wasn't like Battlefield 1, and Battlefield 1 was awesome. But those are the casuals that were new to Battlefield with 1 because it was it was new and different. Where more of us old hardcore fans were like, well, Battlefield 1 isn't really, for me anyway, Battlefield 1 didn't really do it. And in some ways 5 was a better return to form, but still has its issues. So now 2042, it's like, all right, now we're really getting back to basics where.
And you feel okay with the semi more futuristic take on it?
Yeah, because it's not, again, it's 2042. So yes, there's some future tech, there's robot dogs, but it's not. It's more it's somewhere between Ghosts and Black Ops 2 levels of future tech, where there's some, but it's not completely crazy. And it's
if you look at the Robo Dog, you can see scratches on his nose.
Yeah, I mean, for instance, the Robo Dog, that's stuff we have now. And it's like you look at all those videos of where they make the Robo Dog and they kick it over to make it so it knows how to learn to pick itself back up. It's like we have that now, so that makes sense. They have the what was said. I don't know if you've seen this interview, but they talk about how they've made the M17 and the M5 instead of the M4 and the M16. It's like it's the next generation of weapons. So it's like. Yeah, they're new weapons that don't exist, but they are based on existing weapons, and it's like
they're based on pre-existing assets.
Yeah, so it's not like when Black Ops 2 or Infinite Warfare came out and they just invented a whole bunch of guns that weren't real. So there's different. So it's a little. So that I feel like that they're doing the future tech stuff right. I don't really have a problem with so far. Anyway, I don't know. Once the game is in my hands and to play the beta, I might change my tune. But from everything I've seen so far, I've been fine with that future tech. So so with
Also,
it's,
sorry, keep
with
going.
this, yeah. So with this kind of being Battlefield's year, as it seems, I think that Christmas, after Christmas, if Activision sees the way things are going, I think we could definitely have a all right Modern Warfare 3 campaign remaster March 2022, and then that would start to feed their kind of please have a sequel too.
Please have a title.
Please have a subtitle. Yeah, please have a subtitle too.
Modern Warfare
Please
2,
have a
please have a
sequel
sequel. I haven't
too.
even played it yet, but just please have a sequel.
Modern Warfare, please have a subtitle too, and drugs.
And Knuckles. And
Call
Knuckles,
of
get it
Duty
right.
Modern Warfare 2, clear and present danger.
Exactly.
Man,
What would the third one be? Without remorse?
Man,
No,
I
because
mean,
Without
that would
Remorse
if-
happens first.
yeah.
Without Remorse happens first. So
I mean, that would be a pretty sick title still, especially if we're focusing on.
no, if we're going in order of the Clancy timeline, the next one would probably be Call of Duty Modern Warfare Rainbow Six.
Where does Operation Ruin This Game take place? Like in the
I feel like
Clancyverse?
that was 3 seasons ago.
Yeah.
With whom? Aruni?
I would say Ayana and Oryx for me at least.
Ooh.
Although I have that was a nice no scope. I have kind of had like similar thoughts ever since Outbreak, really.
Yeah.
So it's been a long one for me.
I mean, I kind of was shaking my head a little bit at Iana and Oryx, and like I said, I've kind of come around with Oryx because at least he's realistic. Somewhat, it's like he's just the Kool-Aid man that smashes through walls. It doesn't get much more realistic than that. Is the fact that he's just a big, strong man. But no, the first one that really got me going. Wait, hold on a second here. Was Ace, because it's just Habana again. That was really when the copycat seemed pretty blatant. And
they didn't copycat the right things. We should have gotten Zero, or I'm sorry, Sam Fisher. I'm never getting another game. Zero, as it should have just been Caviera too.
Well, Knock.
That would have
Wasn't that
made
supposed to be Knock?
No, Knock was supposed to be the Predator, as in she's very loud.
Because
and
Fisher, I've always
has
seen as
green.
because Fisher, I've always seen as a bit of a not as good alternative to Twitch. Because now, and look at it now, because Twitch Twitch now has
Laser.
Fisher's laser, so. And I think I remember when he came out, you guys were kind of going, I don't really see him as a replacement for Twitch, but now Twitch has his laser, so I feel like in the end I ended up being right on that.
Oof.
Major oof.
Another thing that I think that points to the Modern Warfare 3 remaster being real is the fact that Soap is in Warzone. Because again, they made that skin and held it forever. Why did they hold that skin for that long before they just randomly put it out? So I think that was they were going to sell it with Modern Warfare 3 remaster, but they kind of they decided to go, well, hold on, let's wait and release and kind of release this at a time when it'd be better. It's like if Vanguard doesn't do well or something. I think that's kind of was their.
You mean when Vanguard doesn't do well?
Well, I mean, yeah.
I like to think that they give Sledgehammers just some old assets and say, make a game out of this. We need to keep being yearly.
Well, I mean, that's kind of what Loka was saying before you joined VC about how this game was starting. Yeah, you probably turned off the stream.
Yeah.
That was probably right when you asked to join. But Loka, do you want to go through your kind of theory on that again?
So we know that Sledgehammer was originally gonna make the original version of Cold War together with Raven until they got booted. And then they got tasked to still make a COD game, presumably so that Infinity Ward could have their 3-year development cycle, instead of having it out this year, which seemed to maybe possibly have been the original plan. So I feel I assume that Vanguard is basically the result of, okay, we need to make a game as quickly as we possibly can, and the last thing we did was a World War II game, so we still have all those assets, so I guess now it's just import all of them to the new engine, essentially.
And thus Vanguard was born. And then I added on to that, saying that, and this is also seems to be a little bit of an apology tour of a game, because World War II was not received great.
No,
and the player base seemed to die out pretty quick, and they were, because I mean, just look at the trailer. The trailer specifically said, it's like, fighting World War II on every front, and it's like that. And then the fact that they only touched on the European theater in COD World War II was a point of contention. A lot of people were upset about that. So in COD World War II, so the fact that they make a blatant point to say, hey, we're doing every theater of the war this time, it definitely seems like that this game's a little bit of an apology for how World War II turned out. So the game, not the actual war, of course.
Yeah, that's
it gets so confusing. It gets
3 out of 5, not enough tanks.
So I think that seems like
where are the UAVs?
But
I don't
now,
see any.
Someone just walked past me that was a that was an enemy, but I didn't realize they were an enemy, and they did know that I was an enemy, so they shot me, and I just didn't defend myself at all. So yeah, that's definitely an issue. So it does get confusing though, because I feel like if you changed the names on these games, I think their 2017 title would be received a little bit better. Because imagine if COD World War II was called COD Vanguard, and then sticking to one theater of the war and kind of being the tipping point of the spear as they head into Europe in 1944 to end the war finally. I feel like calling that Vanguard thematically works a little bit better, because considering that entire game was called World War II and it only ever touched on the European theater, you're like, okay, so it's COD World War II but just the European theater. Where this is called COD Vanguard but is really World War II too, and is every theater of the war, like the title of World War II kind of promised. So if that game was called Vanguard and this one was called World War II, then it's like, yeah, this is our big blowout. This is Call of Duty World War II, because we are doing World War II proper after our kind of initial attempt at it a couple years ago. So I wonder how reception would be. Also, COD World War II. That's such a bad title, right?
Yeah,
it's so blatant.
Such a lame title.
Yeah. So that was when it's like, nah. So Loka, do you own it on disc, or do you just have to download?
I have the disc.
So what does I forget, what does the case look like? Does it actually say Call of Duty World War II, or does it just say Call of Duty WWII?
It says,
WW and the number 2.
Yeah, the latter with WW and II.
So it's not even called Call of Duty World War II. It's called Call of Duty WWII. So that's an even worse title.
No. It's WW2. It's not even. It's not even the Roman numerals. It is the number 2. It is the.
Oh, is it? I thought it was the Roman numerals.
Number 2.
It's the Roman numerals.
Oh, that's what I thought. Okay.
Oh, I thought it was just the number. Like.
No, I was pretty sure that it was the Roman numerals.
Hang on, I'm gonna bring out the copy because
just
I can
grab
do
the
that.
box.
Yeah, I see it on the spine immediately. It's the Roman numeral.
That's what I thought. Yeah, because I just feel like most of the time when people talk about the World Wars that they immediately jump to the Roman numerals as opposed to using numbers. Like if you're like talking in a text message or something, then you might
I would call it World War Dos.
Then you might use the Roman. You might use the numbers. But if you're like talking about it academically, and I know that's a weird thing to say. It's like Call of Duty is an academic piece of media talking about the Second World War. I just feel like that immediately is, people just immediately jump to the Roman numeral. But
if World War I was so good, why isn't there World War II? I'm sorry, my mouth had a stroke.
Clearly, because I have no idea what you just said.
I was trying to say, if World War I was so good, why isn't there a World War II?
Yeah, that's what Hitler said in 1939.
Yep.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, back then there were no video games, so instead of people settling their conflicts online, they actually had to do it in real life. But the dev time the dev time was longer, so it took them 20 years to get the sequel to World War out.
Yeah.
So by the time they got to World War II, like leaders had changed, and and it's like, but man,
I wonder what the beta looked like.
That genocide mission, that was real controversial at the time, though. You thought no Russian was bad? Whew.
Dude, you're going to hell for that.
I'm not gonna lie, I think this might have been the most cursed weekend at Loka's since the Siege crossover event with
Casa del Papel or whatever.
When it was just me, Daxter, and Peel.
And we totally killed the hostage at least once or twice.
Yeah. Well,
speaking of killing the hostage,
it would have been fine.
Oh,
it would have been totally fine, but they didn't put the content warning before the game came out. I'm so sorry, I couldn't. I just saw that little red message that pops up in Modern Warfare 2 in my head before you play No Russian. I just saw that pop up in my head. I'm like, okay, no, I got to finish off with that. That's the only logical.
You know what's funny? That's a legitimate speedrunning strategy. Skip the game. Or skip No Russian.
Skip the mission. Yeah, skip No Russian. It takes out like a half hour. So
yeah.
So someone was going to say something else.
Fuse got his.
Oh right.
Ooh, right. Yeah.
Recently, and I saw another South Siege comic, and I could have sworn they were nerfing Blackbeard again, because it would make too much sense for that team.
Yeah, because I don't think they're actually nerfing the gun. I think he's just joking about that. At this point, this is the only thing they have left to do. And it was saying, it's like, hey, Blackbeard, your gun's getting nerfed again. Oh, really? What are they doing this time? It's the cartoonish Looney Tunes, the barrels turned backwards.
Now you'll be more useful.
Somehow that makes them more useful. So I'm waiting for the day where they just say, all right, this operator no longer carries a gun.
That's probably going to be Jaeger first, because the Siege team is obviously anti-German.
They're made of a bunch of Polish people at this point, so they're very anti-German.
No, that's Battlefield.
Oh my
That's
gosh.
DICE. You can't.
They're actually French, so it still works.
You know it does. It does.
Hey, wait a minute. I thought we said no French surrendering memes. We banned that like several years ago. Do you think the FBI is listening to us right now?
No, I feel like
okay,
we
you're
are
the one who said
least...
I had to kill Anne Frank today.
No, I feel like there's people saying far worse stuff than us on a minute basis out there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, so they're probably just listening to me and not you guys.
Exactly.
I mean, no one has said the
Man,
N-word.
What if Rivet and Ratchet were a
Yeah,
pair?
no, that's never gonna happen.
So at least we're that good.
Yes. Yeah, no, we might get a little spicy sometimes, but we don't turn toxic.
Yeah.
I feel like that's safe to say.
Yeah, yeah. Wow,
So-
I'm just an imposter for this team.
No, it was Loka sus.
Loka. Oh, speaking of which, on the PS5, on the PlayStation Store, it still says that's coming soon. It doesn't even give a release date.
TM.
Yes. How? It came out on the Switch already. Why isn't it out on the PlayStation 4 already? Are they just trying to incorporate haptic feedback whenever you actually kill someone?
That would be hilarious if that's what's holding them up. You know what it might also be? It might also be the help cards.
Help cards.
Yeah,
What?
did you not know the PS5 had the little help card things?
Oh yeah, I just never use them because
right,
that's cheating.
Right.
That's cheating, that's funny. Yeah.
Dang it.
Well, it seems like from what I've heard is that basically the only games that actually do anything with those are the first party, which
Yep,
makes sense.
Of course.
Ratchet. Actually, oh yeah, help cards. Destiny 2, you can just fast travel to either the tower or Europa, which was the most recent, what am I thinking of? The most recent expansion, so that makes sense.
Oh, it's a juggernaut! It's a flamethrower juggernaut!
Oh no!
Ah!
Oh
sent-
yeah,
I sent him
see it
packing,
on the
though.
minimap.
I can't do the juggernaut thing. Just heavy metal
I guess it's
intensifies.
above?
Yeah, he's on the roof.
Ooh, ow.
Are you okay?
Oh, what? Okay, I just glitched through. So I killed a guy, and then the entire map disappeared except for the background. You know, like with the searchlights on the fire and everything. And I looked at that for half a second, and then all of a sudden it reappeared. So it is a beta working as intended.
I can't wait. I was telling a different Discord server, I can't wait for the 2042 beta because I'm pretty sure we'll get something akin to the Giraffe Man from Battlefield 3.
Yeah, the Spaghetti Man, the Giraffe Man, yeah, all that great stuff. I'm sure.
I
killed,
wonder what it'll be this time.
I killed the Flaminaut.
Nice.
I wonder what it'll be this time. Okay, so you say something about getting really like messed up names in COD. At least it isn't bad here. Oh wait, no, it's worse in Destiny 2. I was playing with President Michelle Obama the other day.
Oh,
That was a bad. No, I'm not trying to say that was a bad thing. I think my wording came out super wrong. But we get some pretty funny names now.
I understood.
We get some great, like, just money names.
okay. So we don't usually get political here, but I will say just from personal experience that if Michelle Obama does ever try to run for anything, I'm voting against her 100% after what she did. It was all all of the things that she did to try to quote unquote improve schools, and it's like, yeah, there was some exercise, and it made it super expensive for schools to buy the healthy food. So and for the companies to make this healthy food, they had to make the food super low quality and stuff.
Oh
so
no.
it's like so nationwide kids did lose weight, but that's because they were starving rather than eating better food.
Oh
So-
no.
It's such a.
Yeah.
So we have a major fat problem here. I can attest to that.
Yeah.
Wait, you have? I couldn't tell.
Yeah, I know. It's really hard to notice. But
What's super
so
I haven't
probably
heard about that.
yeah. The intention was probably good, but
It
the
was.
execution and the
No,
idea
that's-
just didn't really like mesh together from an economic standpoint and
Yeah,
from a
no.
logic.
It was also during the recession still, so
Okay,
that was a problem
Was that
with
when
it.
it was enacted? I
Yeah,
hardly
that was-
remember
'cause-
anything from
'cause-
then.
yeah, you
other
were
than
you
Clone
you were
Wars.
you were yeah you were young, but Obama was elected in 08, so this stuff was happening in 09, 10, so it's like at the tail end of the recession.
I don't remember
so-
my school ever having healthy foods. I mean, we had stuffed crust pizza every Friday. It was
Well,
terrible,
yeah,
but we
but-
had stuffed
yeah.
crust pizza every Friday.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing is that school food is never in the history of ever never really been great. But being the age that I am, I can attest that school food prior to 2010, 2011 was much better than it was after that fact.
Was it serviceable?
Yeah, it was serviceable, but after that it just
that's
got
as best
horrible,
as you can hope
so.
for.
Yeah. So and one of the problems is that at least and again, because of the age I am, this was when I was a kid, so so this is one of the things I haven't done all the research myself, but I feel like I remember at least hearing the complaints from my parents is that whenever it would be brought up to Michelle Obama is that it's like, hey, the thing isn't actually working the way you want it to. She just wouldn't hear it. She wouldn't ever take responsibility for any of the problems. So it's like, I feel that's not exactly politics. I'm not gonna. I would say it's veering on the edge because of who she's married to and what position she's in.
Obama prison. Obama prison.
But I mean, I feel like that's different enough that I feel I can get away with saying that. So. Anyway, so I have a personal problem with her aside from actual politics. Yes, I have a personal problem with her doesn't really have anything to do with
school
politics.
And said that Clone Wars was bad and was just a kid show.
Oh gosh.
Now there's a political debate I never want to be a part of.
Oh well,
is it a kid show or not?
No, I mean it is interesting because it wasn't really until the show was canceled that that public perception of the show actually turned around, and I think Netflix had a lot to do with that because it was on Netflix and anyone could watch it. So some people said, hey, let's sit down and watch this. I've heard it's bad, but might as well. And then they're like, oh wait, this is actually good, because I can remember when in January of 2012. There was a little thing that happened in January of 2012 known as Star Wars The Phantom Menace 3D. If anyone remembers when they were going to do that, when they were going to have all the Star Wars films be in 3D, back when 3D was
Wait, I think I remember that. I think it might have been mentioned in one of my old Lego books.
Yeah, and that was the reason that in 2012 Lego did Phantom Menace sets. That was the reason in 2013 they did Attack of the Clone sets, and that's the reason that in 2014 they did Revenge of the Sith sets because
I wonder what
they
did
all
in
that
2015.
That ended up being Force Awakens, but because that's when that movie came. But but the reason they did that is because originally the plan was that they made that plan well in advance because those movies were supposed to be back out in 3D, but then it ended up not happening after all. It kind of ruined Lego's plans. But it was still nice to get updated versions of the ATTE and the gunship and all that stuff. But anyway, before the movie started, my dad and I, of course, we went to see it because at that point the only Star Wars movie I'd been able to go see in theaters up until that point was Revenge of the Sith and Clone Wars in the Clone Wars movie.
That was the same for me.
Yeah, so of course wanted to go see. That was also the first place where I saw CG Phantom Menace Yoda as opposed to puppet Yoda from Phantom Menace.
Oh, did you have the VHS?
The DVDs.
Oh.
The oath, like the original DVD. We still have those actually. So yeah.
I still think CG Yoda looks better. Changed my mind.
No, he does. No, he totally does. That's part of the reason that they changed him out because they.
This is why you don't do death sticks.
Because they did CG Yoda as a test for Attack of the Clones because George had in the script of Yoda doing all these flips and stuff. And the ILM team was like, there's no way a puppet's going to be able to do this stuff. We got to CG him. So they did those scenes from Phantom Menace as a side project and showed it to George and like, hey, we think Yoda should probably be CG. And George was kind of in the camp of no, he'll be fine as a puppet. But then he looked at the CG. He's like, okay, no, we're there. So yeah, so Attack the Clones will be CG. But anyway, we're in the theater before Phantom Menace 3D starts. And this was in January, like I said, January of 2012. So this was right before Darth Maul returned to Clone Wars, right before he was alive again.
Dude, what if Episode 1 3D was foreshadowing?
It was because, and here's why it was, is because before the movie started, before the movie started, during the previews, they had an ad for Clone Wars that had the Cartoon Network announcer guy and everything. That had the Cartoon Network logo on it. And then it was like, hey, Star Wars fans, we know you're really excited to see Phantom Menace 3D here at this movie theater. But before this starts, we're going to show you a little something that's going on in the world of the Clone Wars right now. And then it was a very, very brief shot of Spider Leg Mall on Lotho Minor. And it said, if you liked what you saw there, then get ready for next week's episode of Star Wars: The Clone Wars, only on Cartoon Network. And so,
here's Johnny.
Yeah, so...
Actually, it would have been Johnny Bravo if it's Cartoon Network.
No, that's only gonna make any sense if you saw what happened on my screen.
Did you burst through the wall and kill someone?
Not
with
quite.
a melee attack?
On what? Oh, the battlefield thing, right? Or no, am I getting that confused with something else?
Now I'm confused. What?
Now
Yeah,
I'm
what?
confused.
Okay, so what ended up happening is that I was gonna send out the World War II version of the RCXD because that's a thing. And an enemy came in. I'm pretty sure they were looking at me, but they didn't kill me. So presumably they thought I was an ally. And then my RC thing were following them and through half-open doors. So I was essentially opening the doors and coming in with that thing right next to the enemy and blowing it up.
Okay, I thought you
myself
said
in the
your
process.
my thing last week. I was like, what are you talking about? That makes more sense. You mean my screen, or if you're watching my screen.
Yeah, my screen, yeah.
Okay, for some reason I was like, I could have sworn you did a.
So for the viewers at home, that worked really well, but it's taken 5 minutes to explain it to both of us. Yeah.
So I thought I could have sworn in that Battlefield video you did, you posted. Was it last week or 2 weeks ago? I don't know. Go watch it. It's pretty funny.
It's Friday.
It was yesterday.
Yeah, it was yesterday.
I feel old. I was alive yesterday. That's crazy.
Congratulations, you were alive yesterday.
If you remember what happened yesterday, then you were alive yesterday.
Yes.
No way.
I know.
But anyway, my point being about the Phantom Menace thing, about it was a preview for Clone Wars and public reception at the time, is that after that, it's like it was exciting because they had teased them all coming back in season 3, but it was are they really going to do this? And it's like they're not actually going to do this. So it was really left up to question if they were actually going to go through with it, or if it was going to be what they should have done with Palpatine and make it be a weird Force Vision ghost thing. So it was really
Not Zombatine.
Yeah, not Zombatine. So it was really an interesting question. Okay, this is there's a dead dog clipping through the ground, and that just looks disturbing.
I mean, you should probably dig it up and bury it, but I won't.
So it really was a question at the time of whether or not they're going to go through with this. So it was really exciting. So seeing that little peek in the movie theater, it's like, man, I can't wait for next Friday when that episode comes out. But after that clip showed, and it's like, make sure to watch the new episode next Friday on Cartoon Network. There was a teenage couple sitting like 2 or 3 rows behind us, and I'm assuming on a date. And after that clip played, like immediately after, it was like, watch the new episode Friday on Cartoon Network. The girl yelled out, "Screw you, Clone Wars!"
No.
Oh.
And this was like, I hadn't really been too. Oh, there's another guy looking at the dead dog in the ground now. Let's look at the dead dog. But so
I too look at dead dogs when I see them.
I hadn't really poked around on message boards or forums or anything, so I wasn't really aware at the time, like how much Clone Wars was kind of despised, really, because I'd been watching it and I'd been like, this is a good show. I think this is a really good show and it's a good continuation for Star Wars, so I was really happy with it and liking it. So the fact that someone didn't like it at the time was like ludicrous and like, wait, what? Why is this person not like it? So it really threw me off. And then, a couple years later, I realized, wait, after it got canceled, I was lamenting that. Because I remember the day it got canceled in 2013. back when IGN was good, they had an IGN breaking news video on their YouTube channel. I was watching it, and just being distraught, forlorn over the fact that what arguably my favorite show of all time had been canceled. And it's like, they're setting this up, they're setting that up. We're not. What happened to Ahsoka? All these questions about what happened to these characters and stuff, and thinking about that, and then the video wraps up because it was going through the details of saying like, yeah, they have more episodes that will come out somewhere, but they haven't. But it was basically just reading out the press release that they put on StarWars.com and the note from Dave Filoni and everything. So after the video
why did
wrapped
it get
up,
canceled?
It was June of 2013, which was after. So this is the last
the Disney
episode.
acquisition.
Yeah, it was after the Disney. Because the Disney acquisition was in October of 2012, and then the last episode of Clone Wars to air on TV, the last shot of Clone Wars that aired on Cartoon Network, that aired on television,
was Ahsoka leaving.
Was Ahsoka walking down the steps of the Jedi Temple, and then a couple months later, hey, the show's done, it's canceled. It's like, and that's what you leave on. So I mean, this was a really it's so funny. I'm not going to say revisionist history, but it's so funny looking back. For a lot of people, I think, looking back at the reception of things at the time, and it's like, and how things have shifted and changed since then. Because I looked in those comments after of that video talking about Clone Wars getting canceled, and most of them were saying, well, good. I'm glad the show got canceled. It was terrible. It looked bad. It was bad. The characters were dumb and all this other. It wasn't a good show. And I was just like, blah, 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 blah. Have you not seen this episode? Have you not seen that episode? Blah blah blah. It's like, oh, this is a show for kids. And then I just see Savage Opress throwing his lightsaber across the table of all those Black Sun guys and chopping off all their heads off. I see Maul killing Satine. And this is stuff from the most recent season. But then I also see the Malevolence wiping out Plo Koon's fleet of Venators in the second episode of the show. I see Grievous murdering Ganact by just spearing him through the chest with a lightsaber in the 7th episode of the show. All this stuff, it's like, this, you're saying that this is really, because I thought that for a long time. It's like, this is not a kids show. It does skew younger on occasion, but this is not a kids show. This is for older kids, like 10 and up.
This is made for me.
Yeah, exactly. Well, which was nice because I was at that age range. I was so it was growing up as I was. So that was nice about it. But it is interesting looking back because a lot of people were saying at the time, it's like, oh, finally we're done with the prequels. George Lucas is gone. This virus that has been infecting Star Wars for the last
Blue Shadow virus.
This parasite this parasite that has been ruining Star Wars for the last 15 plus years is finally gone, and now Disney's finally going to set things right. And I remember watching people react to The Force Awakens, and I'll never forget this. One of the reviews I watched was these guys sitting down and talking, and they said, it's like, this movie had the perfect opening and the perfect opening line. It's like this is one of the things. It's like, at the time I was like, this is kind of a problem. They never explained who this guy was, but everyone just kind of let it go. Where it's like, no, like when that movie came out, did anyone know who Lor Santeca was?
I don't even know what a Lor Santeca is.
It's like, that's part of the point. Is that it's the comics now that have been the ones to flesh him out a little bit. But it's the old guy that hands over the map to Luke Skywalker to Poe at the beginning of Force Awakens. So it's like, no one knew who he was then. No one really knows who he is now. But the first line of the movie is, now this will begin to make things right. And this review I was watching, they're like, oh yeah, this is it's a perfect metaphor for this movie because it really is finally setting things right with this franchise that's been screwed up for the last 15 years. And I'm just sitting there going, so a repeat of something we've already gotten 30 plus years ago, that's finally setting things right. I'm like, but at the time I kind of hand waved that. It's like, okay, yeah, there's other things to like about Force Awakens because it does set things up to go in interesting directions, and they've got to have a plan. They know where they're going, right?
Right.
No.
Right.
Right.
I mean, it's the Anakin and Padme and the Meadow meme of Anakin as Disney going, I'm going to make new Star Wars movies, and Padme's going, you have a plan, right? And then Anakin doesn't say anything, and then Padme going, right? It's like that's what it is. That's what it is. So and it's so funny now that after the sequels have come out, now people are now there's a brigade of people going, Disney is what's wrong with Star Wars, and it needs to go back to George, and people are shouting from the rooftops and celebrating the achievements of Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau, and basically anyone not associated with 7, 8, and 9. It's like people like Rogue One, people like Solo, they talk about those like, oh yeah, those are great, those are good. But that trilogy didn't, and so if anyone had like anything to do with the new trilogy,
Kathleen Kennedy,
exactly, Kathleen Kennedy, who's kind of even though she was at Lucasfilm for years prior to the Disney acquisition, people look at her as the face of the mouse at the company, and she's what's wrong.
The face of the rat, if you will.
Yeah, so I've never understood that, because it's like you realize that she worked at the company for like 20 years prior to the buyout, right? So so maybe not quite that long, but she was there for a good while prior to.
I know she was a producer on the Raiders of the Lost Ark, I think.
All the Indiana Jones movies.
Okay,
and
so
Jurassic Park.
Really?
Yeah, because
wow.
I do remember when I rewatched the first Indiana Jones movie and her name popped up.
Kathleen Kennedy.
It's like, oh, I recognize that name. It's that name that people seem to think only came out with Force Awakens.
Yeah.
So, we're much further down the credit list of Raiders.
I mean, she's in the opening minutes when Indy's walking through the jungle and it's going through the list of names. She's there pretty early on. And it's like because it's like Lucas and Spielberg are credited first, and then it talks about but I mean then it's like Frank Marshall, Kathleen Kennedy, and then others, and so I mean it's not like she's buried in there. She's pretty upfront and in there from the beginning. So yeah, it is interesting. Some people and their perception of things, and it's not always being true. And then we get season 7 of Clone Wars, and people are like, "Oh, why was this ever canceled? This was so good. Everyone's always loved this." I'm like, "No, they haven't. You were not there when it got canceled, and everyone was celebrating the fact that Clone Wars was canceled." It's like at least in the things I saw. So I mean. So it's very, very interesting to see how. I think it just kind of proves that fandom is fickle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to ask the question. Well, when are they gonna go? When's the Star Wars guys gonna go? Oh, this George Lucas should never have had Star Wars to begin with. Whenever, Lucas does something like, I don't know, Sunny Day in the Void 2, but they make it a character piece.
Well, I will say, I think the day will come where, and I don't know if that's going to be in Mando season 3 or what, if it's going to come soon or if it's a long ways off. But I unfortunately, I think the day will come where, I don't know if it's going to be a lot of people, but some people where something will happen that they will perceive as a huge mistake, and people will turn against Filoni and Favreau, unfortunately, and they will start to. Because it's happened with every other major creative in Star Wars. Because JJ had his time in the spotlight where he could do no wrong, and then suddenly he's the arbiter for everything wrong with the sequel trilogy because he started Force Awakens without a plan. So Do
you agree with that statement, though?
I mean, well, I don't think that he is the sole cause for the sequel trilogy turning out the way it did, but I think he has an important factor in the way it turned out. Because so here's a really quick, funny side thing that ties in. Recently, we have purchased a 4K Blu-ray player at our house.
Ooh.
And
I've got one of those.
Yes, it's installed inside your PS5.
I'm sorry. That was. I'm gonna keep playing that character, and it's gonna be so funny every time.
Yes, it is. So it's fine. I don't think we're mad at you about it. And even if we were mad, it's not at you. It's the situation that it's. Anyway, so and part of the reason that we recently purchased a 4K Blu-ray player is because my dad knew that that the PS5s come installed with 4K Blu-ray players, and so he was kind of looking at that already. And then in the last 6 months or so, we've also upgraded all of our sound equipment, and so our sound equipment can now do Dolby Atmos, and so then a lot of 4K movies have Dolby Atmos as that is the default sound for 4K movies. So not only is the picture better, but so is the sound. So the last couple months, we've been doing a lot of renting 4K movies and watching them on Amazon. But the other day, I was out on the town getting a thing for a project I'm working on. And while I was out, this was right after the the Spider-Man No Way Home trailer came out. This was right after that, and so while I was out, I saw the Blu-ray for Spider-Man No Way Far From Home. Dang it! Why did they have to name it so? Why did the names have to be
Spider-Man,
so similar?
Alone at Home.
Yeah. So working from home. So
Spider-Man 2, Lost in New York.
Yes. So yeah, I saw the Far From Home Blu-ray, and we did not have that. We had Homecoming, we didn't have Far From Home, and the Spider-Man movies are not available on PlayStation Plus, on Disney Plus. Excuse me, they're not available on Disney Plus because those movie rights belong to Sony, not Marvel and Disney. So I'm like, all right, we're gonna have to catch up for Spider-Man later anyway, and it's right here. So I went ahead and picked it up. What I did not notice though is that what I bought was the 4K Blu-ray and not the regular Blu-ray. Of course it did come with a with a regular Blu-ray anyway, so it's not like we couldn't watch it. But my dad sees that is what I picked up, and he went, "Ooh, 4K." And it's like, oh, I didn't realize that, which is a bit of a problem because we don't have a 4K player. And so then my dad immediately gets online. It's like, oh, hey, they've got it's like they've got an out of box 4K player at Best Buy for only $200. And it's like, so he says, I'll think on that. That's not bad. And it's like, because are you actively looking for a PS5 right now? And I said no, because they're impossible to get a hold of. And Ratchet and Clank came out months ago, and I've already watched the cutscenes. And God of War and Horizon are also going to come out on PS4, so might as well. And it was like, what purpose do I have to get a PS5 right now? So he's like, okay, fair enough. So I'll keep an eye on this listing for 4K players. And then the next day, then I would say with air quotes coincidentally, but it actually was coincidentally, the very next day, Best Buy then put a sale on all of their 4K players.
Huh.
And so we managed to pick up a 4K player for I think like $175. It was not expensive. So after that, then my dad went on a little buying spree, and he bought a couple collections of movies that were on 4K. So recently he got the Bourne 4K collection with all 5 Jason Bourne movies, or actually rather I should say all 4 Jason Bourne movies and the one that has Jeremy Renner in it. So he got that, and he also got the Kelvin Timeline Star Trek trilogy from the last couple of years, of course, 2 of which were directed by J.J. Abrams. And okay, so now we've got some 4K Blu-rays. Let's watch them on the 4K player. So recently we sat back down, we watched all 3 of the Kelvin Star Trek movies, the Kelvin Timeline Star Trek movies. And watching both Star Trek 09 and Into Darkness, I see why you want to get J.J. Abrams as a director. He does have a good visual flair. He directs his actors well. And Star Trek 09 is actually a pretty fun movie. I'm not really much of a Star Trek person, but I actually enjoy that movie quite a bit. The problem territory for J.J. Abrams, of course, as has been noted before, is his writing abilities, which are not as good as he thinks, or at least thought they were. Because, as has been pointed out before, he really likes that mystery box idea, where it's like, oh yeah, it's like, what's in the box? Well, it could be anything. There's unlimited possibilities of what could be in the box and what the answer to what's in the. Sometimes the mystery about what's in the box is more interesting than what is actually. About the mystery of what it could be is actually more interesting than what actually is in the box. And I understand that
if EA had. I'm gonna make a surprise mechanics jokes. So tell me if you want it now or later.
I think we get it. It's the mystery box is the loot box of movies or of storytelling rather. So from a starting point, starting out your story, I think the mystery box is a good starting point where you can go, okay, yeah, this is an interesting idea. Let's see how we can, expand on or build this mystery and then solve it. That is a good starting point, but it cannot be the thing that you hinge your entire plot on. And I think a perfect example of that is Episode 7, because the new and interesting bits of Episode 7 don't have any answers to them whatsoever, and it is left up then for future movies to solve. And JJ himself did not have any answers for what he set up, which then left Rian Johnson to then go buck wild with The Last Jedi and do what he thought was natural and what would be a good continuation. Obviously, people disagreed with that. I think is a bit of an understatement. Yeah. So, but people like to say, oh, Rian Johnson's a bad storyteller. And it's like, okay, I think it's perfectly fine to not like The Last Jedi. It's like, say that the story did not go in the direction you thought it should have gone in. That's perfectly fine, but I don't think you can completely and totally blame Rian Johnson for that. Because if they had a plan to begin with, and Rian Johnson then decided to not go with the plan, and even then, if they had a plan to begin with and Rian Johnson didn't want to follow the plan, then they would have fired Rian Johnson and replaced him as director. Because you know what? Because when they did do that, they did that with Solo.
Yep. Because
Phil Lord and Chris Miller wanted to change up the story to Solo and do their own thing, and they didn't like that, so they brought in Ron Howard. I almost said Ron Johnson. They instead brought in Ron Howard to essentially completely reshoot the movie 6 months before it was supposed to come out, and then we got the Solo we got, which some people think is kind of middling. I actually really like it, but
it's a fun movie.
So. And then of course we get The Rise of Skywalker when Colin Trevorrow was let go from being the director of that movie and the writer of that movie after Carrie Fisher passed, and they couldn't figure out how to rewrite the script based on her, gaping absence,
her crippling dead.
Yeah. Because I mean, if that leaked script of what. That it seems like, I think it's been pretty much confirmed that the alternatively titled Episode 9 Duel of the Fates is what we would have gotten as opposed to Rise of Skywalker. It seems to be confirmed that was real, that script is real, and it's not something someone put together and is trying to pass off as real. If that is in fact real, then Leia had a pretty large role in Episode 9 that would have been really hard to rewrite in that script, and it makes sense that's why they had to just kind of throw it out because of that unfortunate circumstance. But I don't know. Maybe it would have been better to delay the. I don't understand why companies delay video games all the time, but when it comes to movies, no, you can't delay a movie. It's got to come out on time.
The only movie I've ever heard of getting delayed was The Predators from with Key and Peele from 2018. I forget what.
Pre-COVID, there are very few movies that really. Yeah. In pre-production phase, movies will fly around and slip and fly through dates all the time. But once you get to actual production and into post production and stuff like that, you don't really see movies typically get moved a lot for whatever reason. I don't know why that is. And a lot of and in some cases, that's when you end up with the uh-ohs, where this movie did not turn out very well, and it's because they couldn't move. They had a limited amount of time to make the movie because they couldn't delay it, and so I don't know why. It's like why can games move around but movies can't? Anyway, so yeah, then they brought back in JJ and the screenwriter behind the critically acclaimed Batman vs Superman and Justice League to round out the Skywalker saga, a 9-movie saga, and a trilogy that was being set up with expectations of saving the Star Wars franchise. And what we got was somehow Palpatine has returned.
And a Fortnite event.
And a Fortnite event, yes. So I mean, obviously JJ has, I think a lot of blame can be put on him for not starting it off correctly. But, I mean, the fact that
the shuffling of, I think it was a combination of the shuffling of directors throughout the entire saga just really would really help to, kind of destroy that.
Well, see, and well, I mean, the issues with the director shuffling on on Episode 9, as I'm just going to call it, as opposed to Rise of Skywalker, because Colin Trevorrow was going to, of course, make a very different movie compared to J.J. Abrams when they, so I'm just going to call it Episode 9. But the shuffling on directors there was obviously an issue. But I don't think, and this is something I disagree with people, I don't think having a different director for every movie in the trilogy was necessarily a bad thing, because look at the original trilogy. 3 different directors on that. It goes
really?
George Lucas, Irvin Kershner, Richard Marquand. That's the list of directors for 4, 5, and 6. But the thing that was consistent between the original trilogy was the same writing team. Lucas wrote on all 3 movies, and then for 5 and 6, he brought in Lawrence Kasdan to help him write 5 and 6 as well. And then I think there was another writer, I can't remember her name, on Return of the Jedi as well. But so there was pretty much a consistent writing team on all 3 movies, and that is really what I think helped make the difference. But the biggest problem with the sequel trilogy is that they just didn't have a plan going in. They needed a plan, and some people argue, well, they had a plan, but Rian Johnson threw it out. Well, obviously, it was not a
good plan.
Or not necessarily a good plan, but a set upon we are determined and 100% going to go through with this. It was not something that they had all agreed upon that this is what we're going to do. There was some. It's like, yeah, this is kind of it was a tentative plan, I think would be safe to say, because if it was their set in stone plan, why would they allow Rian Johnson to divert from that? It's not like Kathleen Kennedy said, "All right, Rian Johnson, stick to the plan. We'll see you in December 2017 when the movie comes out." And then
we won't check in on you whatsoever.
Yeah, and then she shows up in December 2017 and sees what happens. She's like, "This is not the plan we agreed on." But yeah, that's not how that happens. That's not how that works. So I feel like that they just needed. I feel like Force Awakens should have come out in 2016. As opposed to 2015, and they should have taken an extra year to get a plan put together and say, this is what we're going to do for this trilogy. And then, obviously, I think Carrie Fisher's passing probably would have changed a few things, but if they had had a good plan set in place, then it would have been easier to pivot and come up with a solution, as opposed to coming up with a trilogy that kind of has no cohesion and like 15 different side characters that end up doing kind of nothing because for Pete's sake, I mean, the Force Awakens is sort of, Force Awakens is sort of kind of its own thing. Well, no. I'm going to count Force Awakens because Force Awakens are some side characters only being in that movie makes sense. Like, I don't think you need Unkar Plutt to be in more than just The Force Awakens, and especially since he was supposed to die in a deleted scene anyway, where Chewbacca ripped his arms off. So you don't necessarily need Unkar Plutt in the entire trilogy. Now, Maz Kanata, it seemed like that she probably should have been in the entire trilogy, and technically speaking, she was. But was she really utilized? Was she really utilized in the entire trilogy? She was not, because they didn't know what to do with her after that first movie, which is weird. Same thing, and then you have Rose being brought, Rose Tico in Last Jedi, obviously divisive. But she, and again, I've argued back and forth about what it's like. Again, I don't necessarily agree with the end game of what her character did, but you can't blame the actress on that, and she probably deserved another chance. And then you get to Rise of Skywalker, and she's gone. She's just not there anymore.
I thought she was. I thought she had like one line, and that was it.
Well, yes, but that's my point, is that she has no impact. She is there, but she doesn't do anything.
Unlike a freight train whenever it goes into a brick wall.
Right, so she might as well have been removed completely and never spoken of again. I mean, he was even left unconscious at the end of Last Jedi, like Finn was at the end of Force Awakens, to where you could have said, yeah, she died. She didn't recover, and she died. And
so what you're telling me is Finn could have been a completely unneeded character, and they just didn't know what to do with him.
Well, that too. Well, and that's another thing with the discussion between with people that like Force Awakens and don't like Last Jedi, and people that don't like Force Awakens and like Last Jedi, is that Finn does not have an arc in the Force Awakens. He has half of an arc, because a lot of people like to say that in The Last Jedi, Finn has the exact same story arc that he had in Force Awakens, and that with him, that he told the same story twice. But actually, if you look at what he says, is that his agreeing to go along with the plan to infiltrate Starkiller base is to save Rey. Other than that, he takes pretty much every other opportunity in the movie to run away, and when they're on Starkiller, he even says to Han, I am only here to help Rey. I don't care about the Resistance. I just want to help save my friend. And that is it. Then in Last Jedi, he finally completes that arc by saying, I am no longer going to fight for myself. I'm going to fight for a higher cause that I actually believe in, as opposed to just being a mindless stormtrooper for the First Order. And that's sideswipes him and stops him from doing the heroic sacrifice, and has a whole stupid line of, we don't win by destroying what we hate, we win by saving what we love. It's like, okay, that's a nice sentiment, but he was literally about to destroy the machine that would have killed everyone.
Yeah.
That would have let the First Order kill everyone. So again, I understand what you were going for, Rian Johnson. The execution just wasn't there. And it's like, and some people like to point out that his ski speeder was falling apart because it was too
old.
Well, no, it was falling because he was in the path of that beam, and that it was falling apart. And it was kind of, but I don't know, the distance between him and that thing, I think he would have been able to successfully ram that thing and shut it down. But anyway, so he has one arc between two movies, which is fine. It's like it took a while to get there, but you can't pretend that he has a completed arc at the end of Force Awakens. But I do find it odd that JJ thought his arc was complete and left him in that state of, oh yeah, he could be dead or he could not be dead. It's like, why did they? I mean, just think about that. That cliffhanger at the end of Force Awakens is totally useless considering what happens in the opening minutes of Episode 8. And again, you could blame Rian Johnson for that, but I more blame JJ for just not knowing what to do with his characters. Of Finn is in a coma at the end of Force Awakens, and then he's fine at the beginning of Last Jedi, which takes place like minutes after and takes place
you're
like minutes after Force Awakens. So what was the point of him going into the coma? I feel like that's and here's the thing. That I think a lot of, at least if you were to trust Lucasfilm and the behind the scenes on this and what they said, the script for Rise or I'm gonna you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna start going by numbers instead of titles. The script for Episode 8 was finished prior to the release of Episode 7, and JJ, Kathleen Kennedy, anyone involved with the making of Episode 7 put their seal of approval and checked off on the Episode 8 script before Episode 7 was released. And there was actually a change made to Episode 7 before Episode 8 came out. If you watch the behind the scenes of Episode 8, Rian Johnson specifically says he requested JJ make a change to Episode 7, where instead of BB-8 accompanying Chewbacca and Rey to Ahch-To, where they meet Luke, he switched out with R2 because he wanted BB-8 to accompany Rose and Finn to Canto Bight instead. Because he saw that and he was like, well, if BB-8's the new IT droid, then we need him to be more active in the actual adventure instead of sitting on a damp island with Luke for half the movie. And that change was then made, where in the original script it called for BB-8 accompanying Rey and Chewbacca to Ahch-To, but instead Chewbacca disconnected due to a transmission error. So that was a change that was made. I feel like when they looked at the finished script that they had before Episode 7 came out, they should have said, oh, well, you know what? Let's change the ending of Episode 7 slightly to where Finn is no longer in a coma. Because it doesn't make sense for him to be in a coma for 5 minutes and then wake up immediately afterward. So,
he's just taking a quick power nap.
A little bit of a weird transition between movies, but he does end up with a completed character arc. And then what does he do in Episode 9?
Nothing.
Correct. So yeah, it's definitely
gotta
a thing.
Protect the Burger Town, Ramirez.
They just needed a plan, and if they'd had a plan, then there would have been less use of side characters. Because again, it's like I've said for 2 years now. It's like why when they went to that planet, when they went to Kijimi to get the droid slicer that knew how to get into 3PO's head. It's like I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that plot point. But why did we need Zori Bliss as a new character? Why couldn't that have been Rose's home planet, and that would have incorporated a character better instead of her just sitting on the sidelines? And then and again, why Janna? Why was Janna a character? All these ex-stormtroopers that were at the remains of the second Death Star.
Actually, why were they there?
Because that was where the second Wayfinder to find Exegol was.
No. The stormtroopers, the ex-troopers. Why were they there?
They very coincidentally crashed their transport after they deserted the First Order. They just happened. Of all the places in the galaxy they could have crash landed, they just happened to crash land on the planet with the ruins of the second Death Star in the Indoor system. That's just where they just so happened to be. Very fortuitous. So.
Yeah. Isn't it funny how stuff works like that?
Yeah. I mean, there's the Force doing things, and there's the Force doing things, and then I feel like there's plot contrivance, and that feels a little bit more like plot contrivance to me.
At what point do you call it plot armor, and what point do you call it Force power?
It depends. Like when a character's hurt and stuff, it depends on the weapon. I feel like. And where they get hit. Oh,
I just learned this the other day. So, you know that scene in Episode 1 where Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan first see the droidekas?
Correct. Master Destroyers.
Yep. That was apparently Force speed.
Yes, it was. Why this is a power no one ever uses again in the history of Star Wars is a very good question. But yes, that was indeed
That's
Force
not
speed.
True. in the now not canon extended universe, it was super used by people in what was it? I can't even remember the
It
game
was used
now.
in the Micro series.
No, it was used in another game too.
I don't.
Jedi Knight.
I mean, there's. Oh, that makes sense because I was about to say there's a million and one Star Wars games and books. It's hard to keep track, but I know for a fact it was used in the Clone Wars Micro series by a couple of different characters. So,
Man,
Force fast.
I had a perfect segue and you ruined it. I was gonna say,
Sorry.
speaking of plot contrivances, I was thinking we should use Prentice's disconnect from the party as an excuse to end this stream. Since we've been playing this for a while, and I also really need to pee.
Do it like a man. Just go into a cup like that you have on your desk.
Gotta be like the battlefield colonel.
Yeah.
yeah, the Battlefield Colonel. It's like you're not getting to level 100 if you don't have a bucket underneath your chair.
Wasn't he the guy who paid for
I'm-
the server? So he can make
Yeah.
up any rule he wants.
Yeah, but yeah, it's dinner time. I'm getting hungry too. So yeah, we probably should call it there. So I guess we're gonna wrap up then.
Yeah, so let's you said for about a little over 3 hours ago that you had
Oh,
thoughts
wow.
about this game.
Oh
So,
yeah, you.
so I was thinking that we could wrap up with our thoughts on the beta. It doesn't have to be very long since we're wrapping up.
Yeah. So do you want me to start or and then we end with
you can
you
start.
since you're the stream leader and everything. Okay.
You can start.
So yeah, well, and so it'll be interesting to see if you share some of my sentiments here. So I think the alpha was interesting because it's like, oh, I should like this fine because it's Modern Warfare, but with a World War II skin. And I didn't say it then, but something about it felt off. And in the early minutes when I mentioned that I'm starting to kind of maybe get a feel for what's going on here, and getting some thoughts on this game, I was starting to identify some stuff, and I think as we've been talking and playing, I think I do kind of have some more concrete idea of what's maybe off. Is that I mean, I know people disagree with this. There's too many windows and doors and blah blah blah. But you and I seem to be on the same page. So Modern Warfare 2019 was like a saving grace for Call of Duty. That it's like, wow, this is the game I've been waiting for ages, and a lot of things it did. Between the new engine, the way it felt, the graphics, the guns, the campaign story, it was just all around a really great, I don't want to say 10 out of 10 game, but a really, really great game. So hearing that this game would be built on the bones of that, I was excited. But then playing the alpha, I started to think, something's off here. Playing again, something's a little off here. And as I said during the alpha, it for the most part it feels good to play, but I think some of it's going to come down to map design and other stuff. And it's that Sledgehammer has been handed a really great engine to play around in here. But whether or not they're up to the challenge to make, because I don't think just the fact that they made a new engine is the sole purpose behind Modern Warfare's success. I think there's a lot of little nitty-gritty details and other things that go into that game being success. And so far, I'm not necessarily feeling them here. This is sort of kind of feeling like a pale imitation with a World War II skin slapped on it of Modern Warfare. And I think one of those things, it's kind of a two-pronged factor thing. One of the things is the sound design. I don't think the sound design is anywhere near as good as Modern Warfare's. With all the little, it's like between the guns shots and some of the stuff may be pre-release, it's beta, maybe that thing, because I think there was some stuff that changed between the Modern Warfare betas and alphas and the final game when that came out. So that's it's pre-release. Some of that stuff could change by the time the game comes out. That's fair. but something about the Sledgehammer sound library just does not pack the same oomph as Infinity Ward's does. And it's to a degree, it kind of feels, when you run around in the multiplayer maps, some of it kind of feels like to me that you run around playing Airsoft. Now, it could just be that, because like, especially when you hear gunshots in the distance, I mean, it really sounds like it's an air-powered rifle being shot as opposed to an LMG or whatever. Now, maybe that is me being ignorant, and that's actually how a lot of these guns sounded then, that it did have a different, more high-pitched sound to it as opposed to the more low-sounding, high-caliber, like M4 that we're used to from Modern Warfare. That could totally be possible, and if that's the case, then okay. Then it's if the sound designers of Sledgehammer want to tweet at me and say that the sound design in this game is authentic to the period, and then I will relent. However, I doubt that, because Battlefield 5 is a game that also exists, and I think Battlefield 5's sound design is way better than this game's, and a lot of the sound design in this game also reminds me of World War II, of COD World War II, which also I didn't think had great sound design. So I think Sledgehammer just doesn't have a great sound team as compared to Infinity Ward. And so that kind of is a meh thing that kind of throws me off a little bit. And the other, I think, also has to do with the weapons themselves, which I know I started this saying that, it feels good to play. The movement feels good to play, I think, because the movement is just straight up Modern Warfare. I mean, has it really felt different to you at all?
Not really.
Yeah, I mean, because like the slide, because like it feels like Warzone, it feels like Modern Warfare. The slide is there, all that stuff is there, so that feels fine. But I don't know, these weapons just don't feel great to me. And it's like, again, Battlefield 5, that's another game that exists. The same version of these guns that are also in Battlefield 5, and okay, also I'm using the base generic versions of these guns. I never bothered to equip attachments or stuff because it's like it's a beta and I'm level 13. Like, I really have much I can customize my guns with. But now I'm searching for a match now because I did the exact same thing you did at the beginning of the stream because I need to bring the menu up, so I just hit X and it was already on quick play. Anyway, so I don't know, they just feel really light and weak as opposed to the Modern Warfare guns that there is a variety. I don't feel a difference between shooting the STG-44 and the big boxy LMG. Which those were the two that I really or the Thompson. Like, all three of those guns feel exactly the same to shoot to me. As opposed to Modern Warfare, where the M4 feels different to the MP5, the MP5 feels different to the MP7, and the MP7 feels different to the whatever the heck they call the not Barrett 50 cal, which is a sniper rifle in the game, which feels different to the 725 in the game. Every single weapon in Modern Warfare 2019 felt different to shoot. And this was one of my problems with when they did the Cold War integration in Warzone, is that there are some differences in like meta weapons and stuff, that because I've used some of the Black Ops weapons in Warzone, because it's like, okay, this is what's in the meta right now. So if I really want to compete and do good, then I need to switch to the to the Krieg 6, and I like the Krieg 6, and it feels good. But I don't really think that the Krieg 6 feels all that different to shoot compared to the XM4, which is the not M4 of Cold War. They feel pretty much the exact same to shoot. Their stats are different, yes, but in terms of how that actually feels to shoot, they feel like exactly the same. And I haven't really played all that much around with the. I haven't really played all that much around with the sandbox of Cold War weapons. I've kind of like I've kind of had like one or two favorites that I've used, and that are really just kind of more meta weapons at the time. But for the most part, it kind of feels like those feel kind of samey too. So I wonder if Infinity Ward at this point kind of had with their design team, if they have like a certain special sauce there, where they know when and how to make guns feel different from one another. And Raven, because Raven does a lot of the development on Warzone, and then Raven and Sledgehammer on Treyarch, they don't have that special sauce. Because, I don't know, a assault rifle should feel different from an LNG. Should feel different from a sniper rifle. Should feel different from a handgun. And I don't know. It really all just. I think the biggest thing is that the default classes that they have here. One of them it has the Thompson SMG. The Thompson SMG feels the exact same to fire as the machine gun pistol you get as your secondary.
Can I ask you something real quick?
What?
How does the vibration feel? Do you feel a difference whenever you're shooting a Mosin Nagant when you're using a Garand? Does the Thompson feel different from the Garand? Or do they feel roughly the same in the vibration?
No, they feel roughly the same.
That could be an issue. Go back to Modern Warfare, which you will tonight.
Yeah, I know.
And use some of the games and feel the vibrations.
Yeah, I wonder if it has something to do with haptics and the vibrations in the controller and stuff. I do honestly wonder if it is something along the lines of that, and if Infinity Ward really took the effort to really tweak the different vibrations between all the different weapons in 2019, where with Cold War and then Vanguard and then also Raven putting the Cold War weapons into the Modern Warfare engine for Warzone, I wonder if they didn't really play with it. Like, all right, this is our assault rifle vibration, this is our handgun vibration, this is our SMG vibration, and that was it. I was about to get to that, but I'm glad that you brought it up because that was a better. I probably would have danced in circles around that for a minute. So thank you for bringing that a little bit more obvious and up to the front, because I do wonder if that has something to do with it.
No problem, because that is something that I will say felt great whenever I use the PS5. Like on most games you can turn off the haptic triggers, because it does get really hard to spam fire a DMR in Siege because it has about the same pull as Kali's sniper rifle.
Well, yeah, because I was about to say, I feel like multiplayer is definitely something that you want to turn the haptic feedback and stuff off, but then for like campaign, you keep it on.
It feels really good.
Yeah.
But spam firing is hard. But each gun in Rift Apart feels different from one another, especially in terms of fire, and because they
that's something I'm
adjusted
definitely looking forward to.
How the triggers feel.
Eventually.
And I'm playing Destiny 2 right now. Every gun, bow, sword, everything has a different punch to it, depending on its class, its impact, and its rate of fire. And even stuff like the stability, which you can change, there is a difference. I feel more of an oomph with a hand cannon that has like no stability, and it just takes my view all the way up, compared to whenever I'm using this really fast one that feels more like a scout rifle or something. And this doesn't even have haptic triggers on it.
Right, yeah, that's just down to the vibrations of the controller that are programmed.
This is one thing Bungie is so good at, making their guns feel good in whatever game they have made. I
think this Infinity Ward team and the old Infinity Ward team from back in the classic Modern Warfare days, I feel like they understand that, and it's taken me a long time to really put my finger on it, but I think that is one of the big things that has really kept me coming back to Modern Warfare now almost 2 years later, and why I keep coming back to Warzone as well. Because I was kind of starting to get burned out a little bit with Warzone, finally, but then I switched. But then I switched back from using Cold War weapons to Modern Warfare weapons again, and then all of a sudden I'm like, oh, I'm back, baby! I am so addicted to this. And again, I think it's that Infinity Ward knowing how to tune their weapons and make everything feel different. And I think that's why I've stuck with the multiplayer for so long, because. And why I've sort of just kind of gone down, like I'll use a weapon for a bit and then I'll switch. And now I'm just going to go down. I'm going to go down the list and just use like every weapon available. And it's also nice that they add new weapons, so there's new ones to try out, and with the battle pass and everything. So I think that has really helped, and has helped keep the game really fresh, as opposed to Cold War or the current Cold War seasons of Warzone, or now Vanguard, where everything feels the same. So when everything feels the same, then when all the weapons feel the same, then that is really going to affect your moment-to-moment gameplay, and it's going to make everything feel more stale than it already is. Because let's face it, multiplayer sandbox only has so much to offer when you start out before the DLC comes, and even then, you know, the DLC is going to drop eventually. So at some point, you end up with here's the finished product of the game. This is what is available. This is what is available in it, and you get to know everything. And so eventually that limited, you know, even though there's like Modern Warfare 2019 and Black Ops Cold War, and like there's been a lot of content that's come out. So I probably more than a lot of previous Call of Duty games. So I do appreciate that with all the stuff that they've been with all the effort they've put into these games. But eventually, you know, you do, if you are running around doing a lot of the same things over and over and over on the same maps over and over and over, and all the weapons feel the same, then I think that is going to really make the game dry up faster than Modern Warfare 2019, where, you know, it's like, okay, you might be playing on Arklov Peak for the 500th time, but you're using a weapon you've never used on this map before. So now it's new, and you've got different attachments on it, and you're really experimenting. And the gunsmith, you know, the gunsmith being able to like remove the stock. So now your recoil is just ridiculous, but it's really fun to get up close and personal and just spray people in the face and see how many kills you can get with absolutely bonkers recoil. I mean, that's one of the fun things to experiment, and it's like, and it does more than just change the stats of your gun, of how it operates. So I think that is kind of the special sauce of Modern Warfare, that it does, as of right now anyway, it seems like Vanguard is not repeating, despite being in the same engine with the same movements, with the same movement and stuff like that. So I definitely don't think I'm going to get this game right now. Eventually, I think I'll probably get it and play the campaign. It'll probably be free with PlayStation Plus, or I'll get it cheap in a sale or something and play the campaign and maybe try out the multiplayer. And of course, I'll still be experiencing some of it thanks to Warzone. But yeah, I don't know. I think this is, as I said earlier, I think this is definitely Battlefield's time to shine. So that is it for me. So Loka, I'm interested to see what you have to say in response to that and your own thoughts on it.
In regards to the things you brought up specifically, I hadn't even thought about those factors or really reflected up on them upon now, and I think it sounds about right with the weapons being kind of missing a certain oomph in how they feel and how they sound. I have very mixed feelings about this game. I feel like I was more positive after the alpha, because it was like, oh, this is, you know, Modern Warfare 2019, but with a...
Initial impressions were positive.
Yeah, exactly, and also since it was an alpha, it was a lot more earlier stage of development.
Yes.
Whereas the beta that is supposed to be closer, and again, things can change, but there is that feeling that something's off, and I think the biggest indication of that for me is in the maps, because I can't decide if I like them or not, because they, once again, they're kind of in that typical Sledgehammer, you know, like falling somewhere in between Treyarch's only doing 3-lane maps and Infinity Wards were making fun maps. I feel like
maps you want to play.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like Vanguard is once again somewhere in the middle, because I would say there is a fairly clear 3-lane structure in most of these maps, but it doesn't quite feel like a Treyarch game, where it seems they have the 3-lane map, 3-lane design, and just design the map around that 3-lane. I feel like Vanguard is more that they use the 3-lane kind of as a baseline structure, but not adhering completely to it in some some maps are definitely very 3-lane feeling, whereas others are kind of in the similar vein to Modern Warfare or Infinity Ward maps. I think Red Star.
Is that the snowy one in
yeah,
Russia?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I like that one because it has kind of 2 lanes off to like depending on where you spawn, the left or right side of the map, and then there's just a big open courtyard. So that's kind of nice. It's almost closer to a 4-lane map where where the third lane is more of a big open area.
Yeah, exactly, and I agree with that in that, and also that it has a lot of open spaces and all of that. But at the same time, this whole like kind of in between also makes some of the gameplay specific improvements from Modern Warfare 2019 seem a little again off. It doesn't feel quite right because for as much shade as I can throw at Treyarch and their 3-lane map design, their games do work within that confine. Mm-hmm. And Modern Warfare 2019 works really well within its own set of confines of map, where you have all the weapon mounts you can do and whatnot, doors and such. But here with Vanguard, I don't know, I feel like a lot of the maps are kind of too small to really utilize some of the improvements that they are making, like the blind fire, for instance, and the improved weapon mounting, where you can actually move about without unmounting your weapon. But during this stream, like it was only during that hotel map where on one match I was essentially blind firing most of my kills, just to kind of like try it and get a feel for it, because in normal gameplay I feel like that you don't really use that feature a lot compared with Modern Warfare 2019, where I do use weapon mounts quite a lot.
And I think that's maybe because that was a quote unquote new feature. I mean, it was in Ghosts, but it hadn't been used since then, and no one likes Ghosts.
That's right.
Yeah. So it was expanded upon a little bit in 2019. So it really was kind of a new feature. So I think they did build a lot of their maps and put cover in areas. It's like, okay, this is a good corner for someone to mount up. This is a good barrel or a box or something that someone will be able to mount up on. So I think Infinity Ward did take a very deliberate approach in designing their maps that way and dictating where to put things to, like, Raven or whoever made some of their other maps. Where Sledgehammer, I don't know if they went in immediately thinking that, because they probably because it's possible they went, okay, we'll add the ability to move along cover without unmounting, and you can blind fire. And then they just kind of went about designing things as normal.
Yeah.
Like last time they made the World War II game. So
yeah, that does sound about right, because again, as much as I prefer Modern Warfare 2019 over Cold War, I do feel that weapon mounting wouldn't work at all in Cold War based on the way the maps are designed. So having this weird in-between stuff, I feel like was probably one of the strengths with COD World War II, in that it wasn't pulling too much into either, so it could kind of be like, well, if you enjoy Infinity Ward games more, you have a little bit of that, and if you enjoy Treyarch games more, you do still have a little bit of that in a Sledgehammer game, albeit not as good because it kind of does two things at once. But it kind of works, at least in that game. Here, I'm not so sure about it. It's to kind of reiterate, it feels off. And that's probably.
So does the game feel off or something? I'm not sure I understand.
I will say, because since this is still a beta, to give Sledgehammer the benefit of the doubt for the moment, is that since this is a beta, we haven't seen the full selection of maps.
That is
so
true.
it's possible that they may have either A, chosen at random, or B, chose what they thought were kind of a good wide selection of map options.
That is
Because I actually like, it's like, again, there's not really in the map selection they gave in this beta. There's not really many places for you to do the mounting like you were talking about. But I did kind of like some of the interactivity and the nooks and crannies you could get in, and the sort of kind of halfway. Some of them were a little bit more 3-lane, but some of them were more open, like the one on the beach where the ship is in the dry dock or whatever,
yeah.
and you can go up with the little crow's nest. And then there's buildings, and then there's the tanks on the beach, and then you can hit the button, and the tank on the ship will go down to the landing bay. It's like that map I actually really enjoyed. No, it did not have a lot of places for you to do the traditional mounting stuff, but I actually had a pretty fun time on that. So it could be that just by happenstance, the maps they chose for this beta are the ones that don't have the best spots for all the mounting and stuff, and when the game actually comes out, there will be a slew of maps. So it's like, okay, yeah, we designed, like, here's an entire balcony that you can fight on that has sandbag cover that you can then mount your weapon on, and it was specifically built in mind with the idea that when you're on this second floor balcony, you can slide along cover without unmounting and blind fire your weapon over it and then pop up when you need to. It's like, it could be that there are some maps like that, and we just don't have them in the beta. And kind of a maybe almost we want to save the best for the best things for when the game actually comes out. So I think that is important to keep in mind. But yeah, but I still agree with your points that it's like, yeah, if that's giving them the benefit of the doubt, but if they aren't doing that, then problem.
Yeah, I mean that I almost feel goes without us saying when it comes to betas and alphas. Things can change, and we also don't have the full extent of the game. It's gonna be the same with the Battlefield 2042 beta in some ways, where it's probably gonna be some things that I'm like, I'm not so sure about that, but maybe it changes in the final game, and same here with this game. But yeah, it's always, I think for me, almost tough to really critique a beta, because I mean it is something that you kind of have to do, since it's something you have to give feedback on. But at the same time, it's not a demo, even though it's maybe a demo in practice
some
in some
cases.
ways.
Well, in some cases, in some betas that have come out in the past, it 100% has been a demo, and nothing has changed between the quote unquote beta and the final release. It was just a multiplayer server stress test is all it really was, and nothing actually changed in some cases. There's been a couple we've played where it's definitely been like that. The one beta we played to then the final product having the most severe change, I feel like, has upon launch, has probably been Battlefront 2, because the progression system got overhauled
completely.
Yeah, to where it was non-existent. There was no progression system really when the game launched, because they turned off the way it was actually supposed to work. Because if I remember correctly, I think you were actually able to buy the star cards during the beta for that. I think you actually were able to do that, because I think like Angry Joe bought like $100 worth of the star card packs in the beta phase of Battlefront 2, and it's like, well, there's buy it, and he got mostly a bunch of random stuff, so, and because the chances weren't good to get anything, and then that was one of the big things people pointed to. It's like, yeah, this is an issue, and then they turned it off. But most betas, there's slight changes. There's never. It's I mean, have they ever put out a beta and then the feedback's come back and it's like, okay, it's delayed 6 months? Have they ever done that? I don't think they've ever done that.
Battlefield Hardline, one, I think.
Okay, that's fair. Actually, that is very, very fair. But of course, that was
what happened there.
That was more. They called that a beta, but that was actually really more of a E3 sneak preview alpha by invitation only. Well, it's sort of kind of invitation only, because in E3 of 2014, Battlefield Hardline was unveiled, and then that was not such a great E3. That was also the E3 where they went, and it's available right now. So everyone watching at home got to go, hey, download the thing immediately. So they unveiled Battlefield Hardline.
The first time that has ever actually gone over well when someone's announced something that's now.
Yeah.
Cough, cough, Sega Saturn, cough, cough.
So yeah, Battlefield Hardline launched a surprise beta that was invitation only, that if you wanted to get in, you had to go to the website and log in with your EA credentials and request a code. And they were fairly generous, but not in every case. It wasn't that if you asked for a code, everyone would get in. It was like, I don't know, 3 out of 4 people would get it. So most people that wanted to get in got it, but not everyone did. So, and I played that beta. If you go back and look at my Battlefield Hardline videos from some of my early video game videos, I have a whole playlist of them. It's like my first video game funny moments videos are of that original Battlefield Hardline beta. The UI looks different, some of the guns look different, and they had early versions of Hotwire and Blood Money and stuff on the downtown LA map, and that game was supposed to come out in the fall of 2014. But then after that beta, they went, okay, we're taking your feedback into effect, and so we are delaying it until
2015.
Well, no, they delayed it further into 2014. Then something else happened, and then they delayed it into 2015 when it actually did come out.
What were the complaints? I don't remember this.
Well,
I remember them narrowly missing like a controversial. I can't remember what it was. I believe it was a police brutality case or something.
Yeah,
because
that was when it got delayed into 2015 because when it would have come out was it was because it was a couple weeks of being released, and then there was one of those police shooting incidents and people started protesting. It's like, maybe this isn't the best time to put out the game, so they delayed it to 2015, which was smart because they also gave them a little bit extra time to work on the game. But it was just general things like weapon balancing and vehicle speed and of course there was some netcode test stuff. So I mean, I don't remember the exact. I mean, because like if you want to dive through 6-year-old forum posts on the EA forums and see what the feedback was for Battlefield Hardline at that time, you're more than welcome to. But I mean, it was.
I'm gonna pass.
Yeah, but it was actually it was really cool to see because it was a real time devs taking, and it was a very obvious the devs are listening to player feedback, and then Visceral went, okay, hey, we hear you, we're gonna make some changes, and it's like I think that was maybe when they then made faction specific things between cops and robbers, and they
it's like buy the stupid.
Yeah, that was kind of dumb, but in the original beta, I think everyone had Molotov cocktails, and it's like, okay, why did the cops have Molotov cocktails?
Oh,
and they went, oh, you know what? That's smart. Maybe the cops should have incendiary grenades. And it's like, okay, the criminals have baseball bats, and the cops get police batons.
Nightsticks.
I think that was when some of those decisions were made, and then they showed up in the final product. But then, that variety was not completely present in the original betas, and then there were some things with the code that just like C4 didn't stick the way it should have, and stuff like that. And it's like, well, it's a beta, they're working on it, it's a work in progress. So I mean, there was stuff like that. So I mean, that's a really good pull, Loka. I had forgotten about that. So I mean, yeah, that is a case of beta comes out and then and again the game gets delayed by 6 months. But another beta, the real quote-unquote fully open access beta, then did come out before the game officially launched. But that was a good pull. I'd forgotten about that.
Yeah, that's the only one I can think of that got like majorly delayed. I mean, it's not that uncommon to see for instance, Battlefield 5 had its beta in, I think, September 2018, was supposed to release in October, and then after the beta, due to the feedback, they delayed it to November. But that's just a month.
That's only a month.
Yeah, just like with
depending on when,
2042.
it may have only been 3 weeks.
Yeah, that too. I don't.
Because that's another thing with
Yeah.
2042 is that they delayed it, but if you look on the calendar, it is a little closer to 3 weeks than a full
Yeah,
month. So it
that
is.
too.
It is kind of a what's 3 weeks gonna do?
Yeah, and also before the
Which is
beta, which is another
yeah.
difference. Anyway, in regards to Vanguard, I'm probably on the same camp as you right now, where I recently did with Cold War. It was 50% off on the PS Store, and I thought,
that's
you
not
know
bad.
what the heck, for like $40, that's not too bad for a game that's you know relatively decent to play, and actually is a little bit better
Less than a year
compared
old.
with that is a little bit better compared with the beta and launch, and also like 50% off for an ongoing COD is a pretty good deal.
That too.
But yeah, I'm definitely in the same camp where if there's a similar deal like that, I might pick it up, or I might just wait until it's free with PS Plus or something. So yeah, that's it for this weekend. I have been joined by Prentice1215, and we have plugged your channel earlier with both the Ninjago stuff and the video game moments, funny moments. I thought that was a cue for you to say something, but
Oh, sorry. No,
I suppose
no,
I wasn't clear.
Since you were saying that, I thought that it was like, yeah, we plugged you, so you don't need to plug yourself, so we're gonna move on. That's why I didn't say anything. I'm like, oh, why is he gone silent all of a sudden? That's weird. So,
Yeah. And did we win the last round? I don't remember.
I don't remember either, but it's one of those things. I'm so with this game. I don't really care.
Yeah. I was just gonna tie that back to the intro where it's my Reddit cake day. A victory sure would be nice, and I think we had at least one victory.
We did, yeah. We won 2 or 3 times.
Yeah.
On a couple. I think we won once on like every map. So
Yeah.
that's not
Yo,
bad.
it's your cake day, Loka?
Yeah, on Reddit.
So how do I update this? Is that
I don't-
possible?
I don't think I have put up anything, and I'm not sure if it actually counts anymore.
You gotta make
since it's
a
new
low
game.
quality meme to post onto something.
Low quality prequel meme, yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Anyway, I will be back next weekend with honestly, I don't really know at this point. It could be anything. Don't forget to rate.
Didn't we say it's...
Oh,
Yeah.
I forgot we were joined by Daxter as well.
No need to thank me. No, I need to be thanking you guys for letting me be on, even though I have not downloaded that, because I probably wouldn't like it either.
Well, no, you provided some interesting feedback because you're nowhere near as
Yeah,
high on Modern
definitely.
Warfare as we are. It's like it seems like you like it, but it's like you're. But
I like it, but all the Black Ops stuff and the stupid lore and the install size is really what kills
Yeah.
it for me.
And
Yeah, and that's
yeah,
fair.
but so you're over here and you're like, yeah, it's good, I like it, but there's all these things I have a problem with it, and then Loka and I are almost like praise the sun. This is the best Call of Duty of all time. It is.
You have
it is
two
perfect.
separate
It's like,
hard drives
that's-
dedicated just to Modern Warfare.
I
It's
mean,
incredible.
You're not necessarily wrong because Modern Warfare is the reason I did get my external, so I could put all my other games on the external, and Modern Warfare is the only. I think. No, hold on. I think Siege is on the internal hard drive.
It's still on there?
Yeah, it's on there because I'm still going to try to get platinum every season just because I can. But
Why?
But no,
Every season?
Modern Warfare and Siege. But Modern Warfare and Siege are like the only things on the internal hard drive on the PS4 at this point. And so Modern Warfare is the reason I got the external because it's like. Because I think I was trying to clean up the Spider-Man DLC, and and between Spider-Man, Battlefront 2, and Call of Duty at the time, I had no room for anything else on my PlayStation. I'm like, okay,
Wow.
this is something's got to go here, and I have 3 games on here, and I have room for nothing else. It was crazy. So yeah, no, you coming on to kind of be a little bit more tempered in your in being a little more critical, perhaps. Of it's like, well, it's just Modern Warfare again with a World War II skin. That was good for the discussions.
Yeah, it's really
absolutely.
weird. I would like to at least touch upon that before you guys go. I do apologize for this.
No,
But
it's
the reason
fine.
I say that is I'm not the longest Call of Duty fan. I wouldn't even call myself a diehard fan. I just really happen to enjoy Modern Warfare and the local multiplayer-ness of the Call of Duty series is something I enjoy too. It's something I can pull out. But when looking back at all the games, and we're going to start with like when it really took off. Call of Duty 4. Yeah, Call of Duty 4.
That's fair.
World at War, Modern Warfare 2, Black Ops, and then you had Modern Warfare 3, Black Ops 2. And then we are not going to mention Ghosts. There was a difference in between each and every one, and
Yep.
save for maybe 2 to 3, but that was because of some outside forces that really
that was
Yeah.
behind the scenes drama, but even then they didn't. Some of the animations were the same, but even then, they didn't straight up import old weapons. They remade new skins for the weapons and new character models and all that.
They
and all that
improved
stuff,
on
so.
they made for better or worse, they made Modern Warfare 2 a bit more tame in terms of the multiplayer shenanigans.
And
They
they
didn't
improved
go-
the graphics a bit. So,
Yes, they did. And they even made it easier to run on older computers.
which is funny.
Yeah, that is hilarious. They did a really good job optimizing the engine to run on lower PCs. But there feels like a difference. There were new weapons. There were new ideas thrown about.
And even the returning
Sci-
weapons felt different.
Yeah.
It's like the M4 between COD 4, Modern Warfare 2, and Modern Warfare 3 feels different every time, and that helps.
Yep. There's that, and then there's the different side modes. I mean, zombies for Treyarch because it's Treyarch. It's like craft singles. I'm not going to use it all the time, but if I have a piece of crap I want to eat, yeah, I'll probably have it.
Hey, craft singles get you through college. I'll tell you what.
Listen, I'm going to Aldi and I'm grabbing my Chipotle cheddar.
Ha!
But every game felt different. There were different side modes from Spec Ops playing differently in Modern Warfare 2 and 3. One being a bit more story. I won't say story driven, but definitely more like a single player level without connecting like story in between all of them. And
It's the Modern Warfare 2 Spec Ops was the equivalent of kind of Battlefront 2 instant action. Where it's
Yeah.
like, all right, let's go. Let's just
Yeah.
load up.
it
real
was
quick and do
arcade.
it.
The best way I could put it, it's
Arcadey.
arcade.
Yeah,
It
that's
is meant to be
perfect.
played quickly, no more
Yeah.
than 15 minutes
Yep.
tops. Kind of like a Destiny 2 Nightfall strike, which takes a little longer than a regular strike, but there are different ones. I know that doesn't make any sense, but with Modern Warfare, Black Ops, and now Vanguard, there feels like almost no difference because of there's always that connecting fiber of here's Warzone, so everything has to apply to that. This is Activision's cash cow, and if you somehow screw with it, you're probably going to get in some trouble. I'm pretty sure making Black Ops 4 or Cold War in the Black Ops 4 engine wasn't the greatest idea and may have angered Kotick a little. Because that was more money just being put into an old engine instead of using our new one to make things easier for our other teams.
That was definitely either they don't put out a Call of Duty in 2020 and focus their attention on fixing the mess that Sledgehammer had created with whatever the original version of Cold War was, and move this to the Modern Warfare engine so they can adapt it into Warzone, or we actually get a game out this year. I think that was it's not our preferred method, but we would rather put a game out this year because we're Activision. We need a Call of Duty game to release every year for some reason. So I think that had something to do with that. But I think I think you also, right before you joined and you asked to join, I did go on a spiel about how I actually disagree with that. It all feels the same now. It's like, actually at this point, I actually feel like for the first time in a long time, COD actually feels different, and you can tell which studio is making which game. And now, after Modern Warfare Subtitle 2, when Treyarch then gets a hold of this engine, because I'm assuming that once they're done with Cold War, they're going to move on and adopt this engine now too. That might change again. But for right now and up until next year, you can actually tell what studio is making what game now, because of course Treyarch used the Black Ops 4 engine to make Cold War, so that was obvious. Then, as we've been discussing with our issues about, well, the guns don't feel the same, it's like the movement may feel the same, but the guns don't feel great. It's like maybe it has something to do with the vibration, all that stuff. You can tell that this feels different from Modern Warfare. So it having a connective tissue to Warzone, I don't think is the worst thing, because just because this is made in the Modern Warfare engine, as we've been discussing, does not mean it's on the same caliber of Modern Warfare. And so there is still noticeable differences, as opposed to the time from 2014 to 2016 where we had Advanced Warfare, Black Ops 3, and Infinite Warfare, where it was advanced movement with not much difference between them. And that was really, I think, when the series was at a low point in terms of sameness.
Now, this might just be
setting.
like, yeah, this might just be a me thing. I really just can't. Visually, if you were to strip out, actually, you could probably leave in the HUD, just remove the weapon model. I bet you would have a pretty hard time telling which was a Modern Warfare map and which was a Vanguard map if you don't play the game for 20 hours a day. Sorry, I'm taking shots at you, Prentice. It's fun.
Well, no.
If your game looks similar, like this is something that even when Ratchet was a yearly release, at least each game had different locations. There was something I could tell. Yeah, that's different. The HUD was different. The HUD color was different. The HUD, the maps, there might be similar themes, like, oh, here's your lava planet, here's your desert, here's your ice. There's always something different about each one. Heck, there were two snow levels in Ratchet 2, and each one was different. One was more linear than the other one, literally going on a road on a truck caravan and going to a boss fight.
Remember, really quick, remember how I mentioned that YouTuber I was watching, and he had a bunch of old interviews with old Insomniac devs. Yeah. That ice truck level almost broke the game.
Wow. I've got to look that up.
Yeah, no, I'll send you the link later. But yeah, based on the stories he was told that he reported on, it's like that was a never again moment, because a lot of time and effort went into just to make that work back on the PS2 in 2003. So that's a really funny example.
They had to not only extend their trucks out enough, but also make enough level geometry so that way whenever it loops by, because it's still looping by. I can understand what they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's always funny. There are some like, oh yeah, I can understand what I think they're trying to do, and then there are other times, like in Fallout 3, taking the train is literally just putting a train model over your character's view, and you're just locked into first person. So if you pull the camera out, it's just legs. It's just a train with legs running.
Train with legs.
I have to go find that.
Isn't it?
But actually, that's even great. That's also a great example. The Fallout games, each one feels different. Like, 3 in New Vegas looks similar because it's a post-apocalyptic, but because they're on 2 separate sides of America, and a post-nuclear America, and the Pip-Boys are different models, one being green and the other one being orange, and you have different, armor of that game. Like, this is the one you generally go for. Like, this is our identity is around this armor for this game. It is different between each one. It's the courier vest and I would say the power armor. The T something on armor, there's a difference between each one. But with these 2 COD games, because they're in the same engine and there really isn't any difference, because Sledgehammer frankly sucks at being creative and original with ideas, they feel the same. They look the same. I won't say they feel the same gunplay-wise, but it just doesn't... It feels so lazy, uninspired, money-fueled. This was an issue that a lot of us Nintendo fans had back in the dark days when almost everything Nintendo seemed to make was a 2D platformer. 3DS and Wii U. Yes, that thing existed. And apparently sold 13 million units. That's like 12,999,999 units too many.
The Vita sold more than that.
I know, that's depressing. It's like 20. I think you were 24.
Yeah, the Vita sold somewhere between 15 and 20 million units. So,
yeah, Wii U was terrible, but we got no 3D Mario game, and actually we got a 3D Mario game, but it felt like a 2D Mario game with the Z-axis. It's really interesting. So maybe that's why and even Warzone, because it just feels the same, even though I know Warzone is technically an old game being updated, and Vanguard is a crappy studio making a game on a new engine.
Well,
and they don't know how to, and this is just basically like the default stuff that they have. There are no new like custom fonts to my knowledge.
So I'm gonna stop you because I think you've made your point, and I think I have. I don't want to say a counterpoint, but maybe a change of perspective. Okay. And this does, I think, have to do with like when you go, it's just for money. And it's like, well, duh. I mean, it's Activision. What do you expect? But I think this has something, and they've been moving in this direction lately, and I think it's just being stuck in the old ways that they just haven't completely done this yet. And they haven't just gone full bore into the abyss, Davy Jones style. It's like and they haven't just completely committed. But maybe they do need to commit, and then maybe that'll change things. Because at this point, now in the last couple of years, yes, as we have been discussing with Treyarch going back to the Black Ops 4, because Black Ops 4 engine, because Sledgehammer are messing up whatever the original version of Cold War was supposed to be, blah blah blah. It's like, so there's been differences there. But now that Warzone is a thing and it's popular, and they've been integrating that and all of that, and it seems like that going forward, they are going to put more effort into this engine. And then I'm sure, and it's like, and that's the thing. I really like this engine. And I want it to stick around for a while, but I don't know if it needs to stick around for another 15 years like the original engine did. I would like maybe this engine can stick around until the end of this console generation. Then when the next one comes around, switch to a better engine. But because they are probably going to be putting a lot of time and effort into this, I think we maybe need to stop looking at Call of Duty as a new game every year going forward. I think what we need to start looking at it as
a live service game.
No.
Call of Duty Warzone?
No, not even that. Because live service implies that you get stuff for free. But but every year you're still cuz it does, right? I mean, there's the battle pass, you get certain things in the battle pass for free, the maps are free, etc., etc. At this point going forward, I don't think Vanguard or Modern Warfare, please have a subtitle too. I don't really think that these are going to be new games, so to speak. I think what these are is Destiny 2. They are the latest expansion packs for this ongoing title, because especially with the way they all work on the menu. Before we went live, I was pulling up the game, and Loka and I got on, and what did I say to you, Loka?
Something along the lines of, man, they're adding a lot of games to this menu.
Exactly. There are now 4 separate games listed on the menu. When you fire up this beta, there are 4 games listed on the menu. The Vanguard open beta, as it says. Warzone, which you can fire up if I have the Modern Warfare disc in. Cold War, if you got that. and also Modern Warfare 2019. That's 4. With the integration of Warzone, Call of Duty is no longer a series of games. What Call of Duty is it is now one game that comes out with $60 expansions every year. And I think if you look at it from that lens, then the HUD being the same between games isn't necessarily that big a deal. I'm sort of kind of I know this is odd. I'm sort of kind of defending Sledgehammer on this one, but the fact that they are reutilizing the exact same HUD from Modern Warfare with slight tweaks, and the maps look kind of similar. I don't necessarily think, if from an aesthetic point of view, I know because it's in the same graphical engine, I don't necessarily think if that's a bad thing, because I think Call of Duty, as we've known it, with a new game every year, but it's always been similar, but there are different takes on it. I think that maybe going forward, it's maybe going to be better to look at it as a new expansion pack every year. That's going to be somewhat, and who knows? Maybe with Modern Warfare coming out again next year, maybe they're actually going to do this. Maybe after Vanguard, now that they're going to be like 2+ games. Actually, it'll be the third one. Modern Warfare, please have a subtitle 2, will be the third game on this engine now. Maybe and be integrated with Warzone, we assume. Maybe they will actually start going, okay, yeah, now it's Call of Duty now is even the logo is even now going to be bigger, or maybe maybe everything from now on is just going to be called Call of Duty Warzone, and then you insert the subtitle. So this is a radical new thought I've had right here. Warzone. I'm just going to call it Clear and Present Danger because it seems like it's based off the Clancy novel, at least thematically, with going after drug lords and stuff. So what if it is called that? What if they start calling it Call of Duty Warzone, and then the new game, quote unquote, the new expansion pack, then has a slight subtitle to it that differentiates it as, all right, here's the new multiplayer maps, here's the new story campaign, blah, 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 but it's still all integrated through Warzone. I think that is the big difference here that is going to be going forward. So I understand where you're coming from with Sledgehammer, lazy, utilizing a lot of, it's the same engines, they reuse the HUD and blah, 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 blah. I understand that, but so I'm not saying that you're right or wrong here. I'm saying maybe you should prepare yourself, because I feel like maybe we're moving in that direction.
You think it's so? Hang on. Okay, I am unmuted. Good. So, what you're saying is, don't think of this as a Call of Duty game like Call of Duty 17. Think of this as Call of Duty Warzone, and throw in a new subtitle. And here's the Warzone thing. This part's free, but here are the. It's like Destiny. You got like options. New things.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Because it's like, what's the name of the most recent Destiny expansion?
Not Forsaken. Beyond Light.
Okay, yeah. So Vanguard is this year's Beyond Light for Call of Duty, and the next year, with Modern Warfare 2, please have a subtitle 2. That will be next year's expansion. That will be the Red Dawn War, whatever the next Destiny expansion is going to be called. Something about a witch, I think I've heard.
Yeah, Witch Queen.
Witch Queen. So Modern Warfare, please have subtitle 2 is going to be Call of Duty's Witch Queen for next year. And so I think going forward, that's really kind of more. And yeah, it's still going to cost $60 to get this thing. But because it's all integrated through Warzone, it is more you're building on one experience rather than it's going to be new and different every year. It's like the setting might just change up. I honestly, with the Warzone, everything being tied through the engine, I really think they are moving in that direction. They just haven't really fully committed and they haven't said, yeah, that's the way it works now. I think they're moving in that direction. It just hasn't completely happened yet. So this year they're treating this as a new game, but next year, I don't know. They may not treat it as a new game. They may call it a
$60, or
definitely.
Yeah, I mean, just because it's Activision, I think it will cost that much. But yeah. I mean, in reality, yes, they will be making a new game every year. But because of the similarities between, I think it will be. This is the new content launch. This is the new expansion, or whatever. They'll maybe change their phrasing up a little bit.
sorry, that's an interesting way to put it, and I would like to. I don't think that's exactly. There's something about that just doesn't seem right. So, the way Destiny 2 works, and I'm going to ignore like vaulting any content, no sunset planets, no sunset content, no like pretend like Red War and all this stuff is still in here from day one. There's at least a coherent story going on. There is a theme that's still being like, no matter how things might change, because remember at one point we were just here's the major expansion, and for $20 or $40 more you get the next two expansions, which would have been in year one. You would have gotten Curse of Osiris and Warmind. I forgot what it was called. And there was always a bigger story being thread. Something thematically to me with Call of Duty it doesn't work out. If this were Modern Warfare and it kept going on with that story and that setting and that tone, that would make complete sense. But each one's different.
You're wrong.
You think what's the connecting fiber outside
Warzone.
of War? You think Warzone?
Yeah, it is worth it, because what happened whenever they dropped new content for Warzone Modern Warfare? You'd get a short little cutscene continuing on the story. Now, they kind of botched that and messed it up a little bit when they then pivoted to Cold War, and it's like, okay, well, great. Now, so we spent all this time trying not to nuke Verdansk, and now we are nuking, so that's dumb. But even beyond that, what is the name of the series? It is Call of Duty. What is the center of the story behind every Call of Duty campaign? It is soldiers going to the front lines and serving their countries and answering the call of duty. That is your through line. So every new expansion that comes with a multiplayer and a story that comes out from here on out is they could call them Call of Duty stories instead of calling them campaigns. It's like here's your next call to duty or something like that. Some sort of play title. So it's like, here's your next, and you'll jump around a little bit. So like, here's our Black Ops story. Here's our historical step one. Now let's join back up with Captain Price and the 141 to see what they're doing in Colombia or whatever to take down these drug lords and maybe Zacchaeus behind it. Who knows? We'll figure it out. But I think that is kind of the way to. At this point, it's no different from Destiny. If that is the direction they're going, it is no different from Destiny. I do not think.
I'm going to have to think about that because I'm still not... It still feels different to me. I'm going to have to think about it. I'm not saying your view is wrong, not at all. But there's something that just doesn't make it feel right to me. This isn't Destiny. This isn't... Maybe that's my issue. I'm so caught up in Destiny 2. I can't seem to get my head out of that gutter and get an overall picture. Yes, here's content. Here's multiplayer. Here's this. Here's the story. Oh, the one thing I will say though, if it was just Modern Warfare, I would totally agree with you. It's because of the time difference. You cannot tell me that one of these new guys in Vanguard is not only going to interact with someone in Cold War, but also in Modern Warfare. That stupid unless they're going to go in a stupid direction.
Well, no. Because what were we were joking about it earlier. We were joking about it earlier, but I'm going to be 100% totally serious right now. And we're going to have to put a pin in this because I feel like we could go on for hours about this. And the reason we could go on for hours about this is that we don't have any conclusive evidence about if they're actually going in this direction. This is all speculation, really. This is all speculation. But we were joking about it earlier. But the actual call, if what they're doing with Modern Warfare and Cold War, and they're actually building a Call of Duty cinematic universe timeline thing here, then you may not see one of these Vanguard people interacting with Modern Warfare 2019 Captain Price. But you can see one of these guys from Vanguard interacting with a Black Ops character. And then that Black Ops character could then interact with Captain Price. Because, again, the guy from World War II would die off, but if he interacts with the guy from the Cold War, then the guy from the Cold War can interact with the guy from modern day. because there's still time to be around. So and then let's say that they have because in Cold War they had a surprise cameo from Zakhaev in the campaign that seems to sort of kind of link Cold War and Modern Warfare. If they do something similar with Vanguard and they have like a surprise Captain Price 1944 like Loka was talking about, if they do something like that and they say that this Captain Price is like at that point it'd have to be great grandfather or something. But say this is his grandfather, then there is a cohesive narrative going on here. It is all connected. We're not jumping around timelines and there's no time travel or anything, but you are building a narrative across decades in what is now a unified Call of Duty universe. So now again, now you jump around the timeline a little bit because you go from modern day to Cold War to World War II, back to modern day, and then maybe back to the Cold War or Vietnam, something like that. So you do a little jumping around the timeline, and it's not completely linear, but you do still have this timeline you can look at on a sheet of paper or a thing that you can draw out. And you can still say that, okay, starting at the beginning of what is now Call of Duty history, we have the Second World War, and then this era, and then we have Grandpa Price, and then later his son gives birth to Modern Warfare Price that we know, and then he meets Soap, and then Soap has these connections with the CIA guys that did this thing back in the Cold War, and blah 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 blah. I think at this point it's very possible they could be building to that. In which case, again, no different from Destiny. And I'm also sort of not really arguing with you. I'm sort of kind of playing devil's advocate here. But as I play devil's advocate in Defense of Sledgehammer, I'm sort of kind of convincing myself of this now. But again, it's all kind of hypothetical because we have to see how Vanguard actually turns out and if the story actually does some of this stuff. If it does, then I might do a little bit of a happy dance. But if not, then it's like okay, then I think that's going to be the thing. If they do it. If they do that, then Call of Duty is no longer a new game every year. It is Destiny, where it is just a $60 expansion pack every year. But if they don't do that, and they are still kind of keeping things separate, then yeah, maybe Sledgehammer is a little lazy for for not changing the UI and the HUD and keeping things so similar to Modern Warfare. Maybe that is a little lazy because on one hand it isn't it works, so why throw it out if it's not broken? But at the same time, it's like, well, you could change things up a little. So that from that perspective, yeah, I get it. But I think this is something that we can't finish arguing about right now. We have to wait for the game to actually come out and then we can finish it because again, if they're moving in the direction I think they're moving, that could be very, very, very interesting. So I think I'm sorry, I'm taking hosting duties away from you right now, Loka, but I'm going to put a pin. I want to put a pin in this conversation. We're stopping it because my dinner is ready, so we need to go.
I want to talk about Eternal Darkness now because it's the only other game I've ever seen that happen in before. That was pent up so much. I'm so sorry.
But this was good. This was really good. This is probably one of the best conversations we've ever had, I think.
Yeah,
this was the most in-depth and most angry I've ever gotten at you, and I'm not even that angry.
Well, I mean, yeah, we're not angry. We're passionately discussing it. Is what's happening.
Yeah.
To steal a phrase from the British, we're not taking a pissing match. We're just
no. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've always wanted to use that phrase. Yes.
So I'm just gonna say one thing before ending the stream, because a while back Daxter mentioned Fallout 3, and that actually reminded me of a point I'm gonna quickly make about Vanguard, or rather the Modern Warfare sequel, because for me, I didn't play Fallout 3 when it came out, but I played Oblivion, loved it. Played Skyrim, also loved it, but it was also very different. When I played Fallout from Oblivion, when I played Fallout 3 years later, I saw, this is kind of like both these games, like in the way it's structured and everything. And I'm wondering if maybe it's gonna be the same with Vanguard. So if anything, I'm even more looking forward to the Modern Warfare sequel, because I can't wait to see all these different features and improvements being utilized in hopefully much better game.
Yeah.
And that's my final words on these are our final words on
Yes.
the Vanguard and the
Yes.
COD cinematic universe. So don't forget to
We
rate.
almost need to clip this and do a separate upload. Of this
Yeah,
entire
this
section.
is
Almost.
this was an entire.
This was
like-
a podcast. We just did a
Yes.
podcast on the main menu.
Yeah,
And that was terrifying that we talked about the Call of Duty Cinematic Universe, TDB, DBBDTB.
yeah. A
'Cause-
part of me, I feel like it feels a little weird to be sitting on the main menu for 30 minutes live on air on a stream for a specific game, but at the same time I feel it was probably best still for the sake of discussion. Anyway, don't forget to rate, comment, subscribe, all that great stuff. You can also follow me on Twitter at LokaCola. A link is in the description down below. Also check out Prentice 1215's YouTube channel as previously plugged, and I'll see you next weekend. Hopefully.